Chapter 504. Leah put away her pride and hatred towards Fang Yan and said, "So, when I stubbornly wanted to come to the hospital to visit Du Chun, you rushed to the Thousand Leaves tea house? Some misunderstandings are better solved earlier than later." Du Qing said, "If we were late, or if we didn't go, I'm sure Fang Yan would have made a move on us by now, right? What could be more important than this?" Du Qing looked at Du Chun and said, "Why can't you understand a situation full of flaws? Brother Zhang Lin didn't come earlier or later, but at this time 3 years later, don't I find it strange?" Fang Yan had only returned to Huaqing for a few days, and those people had already sent you to him. Chiba Kaori's father was the head of the Chiba military department. He was the sword god worshipped by the Japanese martial artists. He was a real god. If the news of his daughter being bullied in Huaxia spreads, Du Chun, how many heads do you think you have for them to chop off? Even if Fang Yan doesn't do anything, he only needs to pass this news to the Japanese. Du Chun, do you think our days will be peaceful in the future? What do you think those crazy Japanese swordsmen, what will they do? 100,000 men of sacrifice going to Huaxia, don't you think it's spectacular? Thinking of the suicidal attacks of the Japanese soldiers, Leah and Du Chun's hearts sank. It was too dangerous, too scary, too deadly. Who are these people? What were these people's hearts made of? With a casual move, they pushed people into a pit of fire. No, it wasn't just a pit of fire. This was a mountain of knives, a sea of swords, and the 18 levels of hell. In the past, Leah scoffed at the saying that a certain person could do anything with a flip of his hand. After this incident, she finally believed that there were people who could reach such a level. Fang Yan was like that, Du Qing was like that, and the person behind all of this was like that. With a glance or a move, they could bring people to heaven and send them to hell. They were all devils. Yes, complete and utter devils. If possible, Leah would never want to interact with such a person in her entire life. "Uncle, I don't understand. Why did those people target us? Why did they push us to the opposite side of Fang Yan?" Leah asked in confusion. "Because of those buckets of water," Du Qing said bitterly. "If they want to play chess with Fang Yan and want to win the game, then they will have to play chess with him. Of course, we have to do a detailed investigation on Fang Yan and the people around Fang Yan. We send water to Fang Yan's grandfather, Lu Gong, every month, so they will naturally suspect that we have a close relationship with Fang Yan. 3 years ago, Lu Gong brought Fang Yan to visit Du Qing. Or rather, he was looking for trouble. In the end, Du Qing cleverly resolved it. Not only did he appease Elder Lu's anger, but he also managed to obtain one of Elder Lu's paintings with the help of Fang Yan. In order to thank Lu Gong for giving him the ink, Du Qing would visit Lu Gong's house every New Year's Day and other festivals. And the water that Hu Pu Quan brought back was 4 times a month, and it had not stopped for 3 years. Those people who had grasped this situation would naturally suspect the relationship between Du Qing and Fang Yan. They would even mistakenly believe that the reason why Fang Yan was able to find Jiang Longtan and Jiang Fengxing's ship so smoothly in the vast sea was because of the Qing gang. Du Qing had such a background, and he had countless open and hidden connections with all sorts of people. Such a person was naturally extremely dangerous to them. "So they want to remove us, the chess piece?" Leah asked. "They are just testing us," Du Qing said. "They pushed Du Chun out to test us. If our 2 families fight, they will naturally take us in with a smile and use us. If our 2 families are safe, it proves that we and Fang Yan are indeed as close as they see. Then, their real killing move is about to come." "What kind of killing move?" "They will personally spread the news of Du Chun bullying Chiba Kaori to the East Ocean." Leah really wanted to cry now. Why were those people so bad? How could they bully people like this? Did honest people deserve to be bullied by smart people like you? "Uncle, what should we do now?" Du Chun's already pale face became even paler. He didn't think, and it was impossible for him to think, that just going to a tea house with a friend for a cup of tea, seeing a beautiful girl, and making a bet, how could it bring about such a huge impact? how could it push him and his uncle into a desperate situation? Build an alliance with Fang Yan, and work hard to get Chiba Kaori's forgiveness. Du Qing said firmly. That's what I rushed to the tea house to do. We've already formed an alliance with Fang Yan. Is there a better choice? Du Qing smiled bitterly. Is it better for us to face those crazy death warriors alone, or is it better for us to face them together with Fang Yan? Chiba Kaori is Fang Yan's student, and it seems like they have a good relationship. Why would Fang Yan help us? Because it was the Fang family who killed Chiba Kaori's father. Du Qing said in a heavy voice, no matter what the reason is, the East Ocean people will put this hatred on Fang Yan. Fang Yan is their longtime enemy. So, he doesn't care how many East Ocean swordsmen he offends. We were born to work together. When he asked to meet, I had no reason to refuse. It was Liya's first time hearing so many secrets, and she found it hard to digest. Chiba Kaori is Fang Yan's student, and Fang Yan's family killed Chiba Kaori's father. But why does it seem like they have a good relationship? She said one bad thing about Fang Yan, and 3 women attacked her, including the woman who killed her father, Chiba Kaori. It didn't seem like there was any deep hatred between them. What kind of strange world is this? No matter how we deal with this, we're the biggest losers. Du Qing's face was covered with a layer of haze as he said, Fang Yan lost, but he won our full support. We lost, and not only did we have to choose a side, but we also have to face unpredictable risks. The people behind all this, they're the biggest winners. With just a flick of their fingers, they pushed Fang Yan to the front of countless Japanese warriors of sacrifice once again. They put us in a difficult situation, and we might face a destructive attack. The mastermind, the man who played chess with Fang Yan? Liya asked through gritted teeth. Du Qing didn't answer Liya's question, but looked at Du Chun and sighed softly, saying, take this arm as a lesson. After you recover, go back home, and don't come back for 3 years. Uncle, my business, leave your business to Liya to manage, and all the income will be transferred to your account. Why? You still don't trust Liya? Uncle, I don't want to go back home. Let me stay in Huacheng. I promise I won't cause any more trouble. If you don't cause trouble, trouble will cause trouble for you. Du Qing sighed softly and said, put me on the fire to roast under my butt, and also put you guys on the fire to roast. Uncle, it's decided, Du Qing said with a strong attitude. Little Ya also reduced the number of times she goes out, and try to let her subordinates handle the matters under her jurisdiction. He knew better than anyone that the future Huacheng would be a reshuffled Huacheng. The Jiang family might be eliminated, but it might rise again. The Lan family would split, and would the old die or the new be established? The Mei family would remain independent, but could they always refuse to get involved? And the Lu family, would they really follow Fang Yan sincerely, or was it just Lu Shu's decision? As for the other observers, who would they place their bets on? Since he had formed an alliance with Fang Yan, he could only do his best to help Fang Yan achieve the final victory. Fang Yan, would he really not disappoint? After working hard in society for decades, Du Qing started to feel that he couldn't see the situation clearly. I understand, Liya agreed. After knowing how cunning those people were, and also understood how strong they were, she couldn't even think of fighting them. This world still belonged to smart people. I'm going back to the countryside to farm. Du Chun knew that he couldn't hold on any longer, so he could only accept his uncle's arrangement. Du Qing patted Du Chun's head and said, your hand might not be able to keep it, be mentally prepared. Du Qing turned around and left, while Liya stayed behind to take care of Du Chun. Sis, I really can't keep my hand. Du Chun asked sorrowfully. Liya nodded and said, finally, your life is saved. Du Chun, you really got into big trouble this time. The tea was already in its 3rd brew, and it wouldn't taste too good if it continued. Instead, it would ruin the beauty left behind. Fang Yan looked at Chiba Sun and said, it's good to see that you're fine. Since we found a place today, we might come here often to drink tea in the future. We'll be leaving first, the 2 of them still have to catch a flight later. Chiba Sun immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Fang Yan, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Fong. If you hadn't appeared in time today, the Chiba tea house might have been destroyed by them. It started because of me. Why are you thanking me?" Fang Yan shook his head and said, "I was the one who brought you trouble. But don't worry, something like this won't happen again. You have to be careful too. If you encounter anything that you can't solve, you can call Mr. Du or contact me anytime." As Fang Yan spoke, he took out his phone from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Save your number." Chiba Sun's eyes were filled with doubt, but she quickly understood. She shouldn't think about things that she couldn't understand, let nature take its course and follow her heart. Chiba Sun didn't reject Fang Yan's good intentions. She took Fang Yan's phone and saved his number, then dialed her own number. "If there are any Japanese friends who came from afar, please send my regards to them," Fang Yan said. He turned around and walked outside. "Mr. Fang," Chiba Sun shouted. Fang Yan turned around. "This isn't fair to you," Chiba Sun said. "Is there anything fair in this world?" Fang Yan smiled and said, "Don't ask that injured employee to come back to work anymore." Chiba Sun's eyes instantly became clear, and there was an unconcealable anger on her face. Chapter 505. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin didn't understand what they were talking about, but they knew it must be very bad. Because they found that Fang Yan's eyes were very lonely and his smile was very bitter. "Mr. Fang, are you okay?" Jiang Qin asked with concern. "I'm fine." Fang Yan smiled and shook his head. "Am I not fine?" "It's good that you're fine," Yuan Lin said. They were worried, but Fang Yan didn't want to tell them the truth, and they didn't know how to comfort him. Fang Yan invited them to lunch, but the two girls refused. They got up in the morning and ate a lot of desserts in the hotel restaurant. Now they couldn't eat anything. Fang Yan sent them to the hotel door, and then the two girls went back to their room to pack their luggage. They were going to the airport in a while. After Jiang Qin got out of the car, he rushed up and hugged Fang Yan. He said, "Mr. Fang, be happy forever." After that, he turned and ran toward the magnificent hotel lobby. Yuan Lin opened her arms to Fang Yan and said, "I want one too." Fang Yan hugged Yuan Lin and said, "You two should be careful." "Mr. Fang, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves," Yuan Lin promised. When the two girls' figures disappeared, Fang Yan drove the car away. The phone in his pocket rang. Fang Yan glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Chaoga. Fang Yan answered the phone and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Are you coming back for lunch?" Lu Chaoga asked. "I'm on my way back," Fang Yan said. It was lunchtime now, and there was nothing to do back at school. It was better to go back and make lunch for Lu Chaoga. "I see," Lu Chaoga said. After hanging up, Fang Yan was slightly stunned and then put his phone away. When Fang Yan returned to Lu Chaoga's villa, Lu Chaoga was in the kitchen cutting vegetables for cooking. Fang Yan said that he was on his way home, so she prepared lunch at home. Fang Yan was shocked and hurriedly said, "Your hand hasn't recovered yet, you can't get wet." As he spoke, he tried to grab the knife in Lu Chaoga's hand. Lu Chaoga turned around and said with a smile, "It's not that precious, nothing will happen," Lu Chaoga exclaimed in a low voice. When she turned around, the knife in her hand did not stop, and she accidentally cut a wound on her hand. Fang Yan hurriedly walked over and took the kitchen knife away from her hand. Looking at the blood flowing out of her finger, he frowned slightly and put her finger in his mouth. Lu Chaoga did not expect Fang Yan to react like this. Her body was stiff, and her cheeks were as red as a ripe tomato. A stream of sweet blood flowed into his mouth, and Fang Yan swallowed it. He took out Lu Chaoga's finger, looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "It's a small cut, it's not deep, wait in the living room, I'll get some ointment for you." "Okay," Lu Chaoga lowered her head and replied. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. It was very surprising that a professional queen who was so energetic at work was so timid and weak when it came to relationships. Fang Yan quickly found the golden chrysalis muscle-nourishing powder that he had not used before. He applied a layer of it to the wound on Lu Chaoge's finger, and then used gauze to bandage the injured finger. After tying a beautiful bow, Fang Yan looked up at Lu Chaoge's pretty face and said, "The wound on your palm is not completely healed, this hand must not touch water. If your palm gets inflamed a second time, even the golden chrysalis muscle-nourishing powder can't help you." "I know. I use my other hand to wash the vegetables," Lu Chaoge explained. "Then you have to use both hands when you cut the vegetables, right? What if the water stains on the vegetables or the knife get on your hands?" Fang Yan said angrily. He put away the ointment, removed the apron from Lu Chaoge's neck, and walked toward the kitchen. He said, "Tell me what you want to eat, I'll make it." Fang Yan walked into the kitchen and realized that Lu Chaoge had prepared all the dishes that she liked to eat. There was not a single dish that she liked to eat. Fang Yan glanced at Lu Chaoge, took the cleaver, and continued cutting the vegetables. Lu Chaoge walked in and saw Fang Yan's nimble and skillful knife skills. She said embarrassedly, "I thought I could do it too, but I didn't expect my cutting skills to be worse than yours. I've been playing with knives since I was young, and I've practiced for many years." "How can you beat me?" Fang Yan said with a smile. "I met Chiba Kaori today." Fang Yan recounted the entire incident and said, "I accidentally lost a match." "It's not really a loss." Lu Chaoge gave a fair evaluation. Being able to get Du Qing's help is a great reward. Du Qing is an extremely smart person. He hasn't shown himself in recent years, but his influence has been growing. With his help, it's easier for us to grasp all kinds of information in Huacheng. We're too weak when it comes to intelligence. We still lost. Fang Yan sighed. Chiba Kaori died in battle, and the East Asians are filled with hatred. I've been in Swallow Dock for 3 years, and the East Asians have finally shifted their attention. Now that he's pushing me out again, pushing me in front of the East Asians, there'll be some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Du Qing and the others are in an even more dangerous situation. They enjoy the help of others, but they also have to bear the responsibility of protecting others. Now that we've allied with Du Qing's troubles are also our troubles. Du Qing isn't weak. As long as he doesn't leave Huacheng, he's more than capable of protecting himself." Lu Chaoge crossed her arms and pondered. "It's just that his opponent is too scary. He can make us so miserable with just one move." This time, his evil plan succeeded. What more dangerous methods will he use next time? The enemy is in the dark, and we're in the light. It's really hard to guard against. Fang Yan sneered and said, "Who said the enemy is in the dark, and we're in the light? They're the same as us, in the light, at least, from today onwards. As long as he's still in Huacheng, as long as he hasn't left, their whereabouts will definitely be under our eyes. Du Qing isn't someone to be trifled with. He's suffered such a big loss today, so he'll naturally think of a way to get justice for his nephew. I believe in his ability and wisdom. We still have to be careful." Lu Chaoge stood behind Fang Yan and watched him hunch his back slightly while cutting vegetables. Her heart was full of pity and heartache. This young man, the opponent he faced was too strong, and the burden he had to bear was too heavy. She really wanted to press her body against him, to reach out and hug him tightly in her arms. She felt her breathing quicken, and she felt her heartbeat quicken. Her body's fragrance secreted more and more, and there was even a thin layer of sweat flowing out. She was wet. The t-shirt under the jacket and the underwear underneath were all soaked with nervous sweat. But, she just didn't have the courage to take that step. "I'm really a timid woman," Lu Chaoge thought in her heart in annoyance. Fang Yan sensed Lu Chaoge's abnormality behind him, and his movements of cutting vegetables slowed down, but he didn't turn around in the end. A pile of dry firewood, a raging fire, as long as anyone took the initiative, as long as a spark flew out, it would start a prairie fire, and once it started, it would be unstoppable. Fang Yan finished cutting the vegetables and said, "I'm going to cook. Go to the living room and watch TV for a while, so that the smoke doesn't get on you." "Okay." Lu Chaoge's voice trembled slightly as she said. She quickly left the kitchen and walked towards the living room. Deep love doesn't last long. Fang Yan's hands and feet were deft, and he quickly prepared a table of sumptuous dishes. Lu Chaoga had the habit of taking a nap. After lunch, Lu Chaoga went upstairs to rest, and Fang Yan cleaned up the dishes. After finishing the work at home, Fang Yan sat on the sofa for a while in a daze, but he still decided to drive to school. There was only Baldy on duty in the security booth. Fang Yan asked where the others went. Baldy said that the freshmen were in military training, and the others were patrolling the school's big field to prevent students from fainting from heatstroke or other emergencies. Fang Yan filled his teacup with tea and said, "If that's the case, then I'll go to the field." "Go, go." Baldy said with a smile, "Since you took care of those gangsters, no gangsters dared to come to our school to cause trouble. It's safe here, and nothing will happen." Although Fang Yan was no longer a teacher, he also knew that Rosefinch Secondary recruited 16 classes this year, and each class had 45 students. It couldn't be helped. As the reputation of Rosefinch Senior High School became more and more prominent, more and more parents wanted to send their children here to study. Moreover, in order to achieve this goal, they really didn't care about the cost. If it wasn't for Zhong Dai's strict control and stubbornly guarding the academic performance, Rosefinch would have recruited 100 classes. No matter how poor they were, they couldn't be poor in education. No matter how hard it was, they couldn't let their children suffer. The old man's words were the most thoroughly implemented in this society. Each class had a square formation, and 16 classes meant 16 square formations. Of course, during military training, boys and girls still had to be separated. Because of the difference in physical fitness, the training intensity was also different. The facilities of Rosefinch Secondary were still very good. There were 2 standard football fields, plus more than a dozen basketball courts, which was enough to accommodate the freshmen and the military training instructors transferred from the surrounding armed police force. The afternoon sun was very hot, and it burned people's faces. Fang Yan wasn't afraid of the sun, but he didn't like it to tan him, so he deliberately walked under the shade of the trees. "Why aren't you in military training? Which class are you in?" a rough voice shouted at Fang Yan. Chapter 506. In order to avoid military training, the students used all kinds of skills and means. Some people asked for period leave, some asked for sick leave, and some said that their parents suddenly passed away. In fact, their grandmother had passed away several years ago. Some people fainted while standing, and some people ran away while practicing. Therefore, the military training instructors and counselors of each class took turns to closely monitor the students to prevent any fish from escaping the net. It was time for military training. The young guy, Fang Yan, appeared in the shade of the trees next to the school. The nearby drill instructor saw him and thought that he was a student who couldn't stand the hardship and was ready to escape, so he shouted at him from a distance. Fang Yan looked around and made sure that there were no other students who skipped class around him. Then he said, "I'm not a student. I'm the school's security guard." Ha ha ha. There was a roar of laughter from the students. The laughter was crisp and clear. It was a group of girls. The drill instructor looked at Fang Yan and shouted, "Why aren't you wearing a security uniform? Come here and take 2 steps. I want to see if you are a real security guard or a fake security guard, a real Li Kuei or a fake Li Gui." Fang Yan had no choice but to walk toward the military training group with a teacup in his hand. The students were wearing military green uniforms and green hats. From a distance, it was hard to tell whether they were men or women. Looking closely, he found that all the students looked the same. Didn't someone say it on the internet? A girl who could stand out from the rest of the military training team was a true beauty. Every freshman season, there would be a lot of photos of beautiful girls on the internet. Of course, many of them were deliberately hyped up. Fang Yan really found a girl who stood out. It was Su Qi, who was standing in the first row of this group. Su Qi saw Fang Yan and greeted Fang Yan happily. She said, Mr. Fang, why are you here? Mr. Fang. Everyone looked at Fang Yan with puzzled eyes. Is this guy really a teacher? Didn't he say he was a security guard? Moreover, Su Qi actually knew this guy. Beautiful women always attracted more attention. Even though it had only been a few days since school started, Su Qi was already quite popular among the students of Rosefinch Secondary. The number one beauty of the new students, the number one beauty of Rosefinch, and countless other titles were superimposed on her. Every day, there were countless boys who came to the phalanx or went to the classroom to peep at her. Whether it was the boys or the girls, or the teachers and instructors, they all knew of Su Qi's existence. Now that Su Qi took the initiative to greet a small security guard, it was indeed surprising. Fang Yan originally wanted to take a look from afar. He didn't want to get close to that team or provoke anything. He had long since realized that he had a mocking face, and anyone who saw it would want to slap him a few times. But now that Su Qi had taken the initiative to greet him, it would be rude of him not to respond. Therefore, Fang Yan smiled at Su Qi and said, "I'm just walking around." Su Qi's next words pushed Fang Yan to the heart of the storm. She smiled sweetly, and the military uniform and the green hat that didn't fit Fang Yan's aesthetic standards couldn't hide her flowery smile. She said to Fang Yan, "Mr. Fang, wait for me for a moment. Our moral principles are almost over. I'll treat you to a Coke later." Wow, everyone was shocked. Su Qi actually took the initiative to invite a small security guard to a Coke. And she made it very clear that it was her treat. Wasn't this a public invitation? Su Qi, what's the relationship between you two? Su Qi, don't tell me you like this small security guard. Oh my god, the campus belle Rosefinch and the security guard Rosefinch, why does this combination seem so incompatible? Cheese the students discussed animatedly, and the girl standing next to Su Qi directly asked Su Qi boldly. Nowadays, high school students didn't know what it meant to be shy and affectionate words were hanging on their lips. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment and said, "I still have a lot of things to do. You focus on your military training, don't be distracted." After saying that, Fang Yan wanted to leave this troublesome place. "Wait!" The black-faced instructor shouted. Fang Yan turned to look at the instructor and said with a smile, "Hello, is there something I can help you with? What's your name?" The instructor looked up and down Fang Yan's face and asked. Fang Yan said. "Are you really the security guard of the school?" "Yes." Fang Yan nodded. "I'm often on duty at the school gate, many students here should have seen me, right?" The instructor sneered and pointed to the black Chinese tunic suit on Fang Yan and said, "It's not the first time I've seen the school's security guards. I'm also very familiar with Captain Kai of your security department, and we've even had a meal together. Everyone else is wearing the school's security uniform, why are you the only one wearing a Chinese tunic suit? Why? Do you think the security uniform is ugly?" To be honest, Fang Yan did think the security uniform was ugly. Perhaps many of these students who were undergoing military training also felt that the military uniform they were wearing was ugly. However, if he said his true thoughts in public, it would be too offensive. It was not conducive to unity. Fang Yan laughed and said, "I don't think the security uniform is ugly. It's just that, the clothes have just been washed, and there are no other clothes to change into. So I'm wearing a Chinese tunic suit. Do you have a little discipline and the concept of obedience? Do you have a little sense of professional pride?" The black-faced instructor shouted angrily, "If a soldier suddenly found out that he forgot to bring his gun during a battle, can he not shoot? If a soldier found out that his clothes were not dry last night during military training, can he wear it casually? No, absolutely not. If you don't bring your gun, you are not a qualified soldier. If you don't wear the prescribed clothes, you have no organization and no discipline. Everyone else is wearing military uniforms, only you are wearing strange clothes. Are you of the same mind as everyone else? Are you one with this team?" Fang Yan thought about it seriously, and said to the black-faced instructor with a guilty face, "Instructor, I'm sorry, this is really my fault." "Of course it's your fault. If it's not your fault, then it's my fault." Seeing Fang Yan apologize, the instructor was even more proud. He straightened his back and said to Fang Yan, "Although you're just a security guard of the school, you're also part of the Rosefinch team. At least you should act like a teacher, right? Do you know what a bad influence you've brought to the students? If all the students I brought wore my own clothes for military training, what would the team look like? Do you have any heroic spirit? Do you have any military demeanor?" Fang Yan felt that he was about to cry. He felt that what the instructor said made sense, and he was speechless. So Fang Yan apologized to the instructor again and said, "Instructor, I'm sorry, this is really my fault. I have no organization and no discipline, and I dress too independently." Then he said to the students who were in military training, "Students, I'm a bad role model. You must not learn from me. Since it's military training, you should act like a soldier. Don't think that your clothes are ugly, don't think that your hats are an eyesore, don't think that your hats cover your bangs and crush your carefully styled hair. No, a man who bleeds is the most handsome, and a woman who sweats is the most beautiful. You have abandoned the beauty of gentleness and have the beauty of toughness that is even rarer." Fang Yan felt that he had stirred up enough. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Students, you continue with your military training. Military training is very necessary. I won't disturb you anymore." The black-faced instructor's face looked better. He even knew how to joke with the students. He said with a smile, "Military training is indeed very necessary. It will let the students have profound knowledge and a strong body. In any case, there's no need to stay in school to be a security guard after graduation, right?" The girls giggled again, as if they had heard a very funny joke. The smile on Fang Yan's face froze. Fang Yan turned to look at the black-faced instructor and said, "As a security guard, I'm not qualified. Because I dress independently, because I work carelessly, and even often skip work. But the profession of security guard is equally great. They are as great as the profession of a soldier." The black-faced instructor looked at Fang Yan with a somewhat unfriendly gaze and said, "You think security guards are as great as soldiers? Are you out of your mind?" Fang Yan shook his head and said, "Great people have said that there is no distinction between high and low professions. Why do you think that in your eyes, soldiers are greater than security guards? Soldiers are great. They are well organized and well trained. When the country needs them, they will shed their blood to defend the frontier. Soldiers are the backbone of a country. If the backbone is not broken, the country will always be prosperous and healthy. However, security guards also have their own professional characteristics. They get up early every day to guard the school gate and check the clothes of every student, so that they can focus more on their studies, and not waste their precious time and energy on some insignificant things. At least for now, it's insignificant for you. If students leave early, they ask about the situation. If students are late, they give a warning. With their existence, students will understand the concept of time better. When you enter society, you will understand how valuable a good habit of punctuality is. If a student encounters a problem, they stand up in time to help. If a student encounters danger, they use their own bodies to block in front of them." Just now, the instructor mentioned Captain Kai. Captain Kai has another nickname, Baldy. Perhaps you new students don't know him yet, but you will definitely know him in the future. Because, batch after batch of students accidentally dropped their belongings in Sparrow River, it was Baldy and the others who jumped into the water to retrieve them. Some students' keys or mobile phones were thrown into the toilet pit in the toilet. "Wow," the students exclaimed. "He jumped into the toilet pit?" the girls asked excitedly. "He didn't jump," Fang Yan said, "he was too fat, so he got stuck and couldn't jump." Chapter 507. Che. The girls were full of disdain. What kind of people are they? They thought that Baldy jumped into the cesspit to help the students get their cell phones and keys. Fang Yan looked at them and said, "It doesn't matter whether they jumped or not, and the method of salvage is not important. What's important is that they are selflessly contributing. When you are in need, they stand up, they are on duty during the day to ensure that the students can concentrate on their studies in a quiet and peaceful campus. They are on duty at night because they are worried that something unexpected will happen. In the past, there were often hooligans who came to the school gate to make trouble. Who blocked them outside? There were students with appendicitis at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Who carried them to the hospital? The work of a security guard is inconspicuous, but it also has its shining points. The work of a security guard is trivial and tedious, but it is also essential. Different professions have different nature of the profession." The black-faced instructor sneered and said, "Sure enough, you have an eloquent mouth. That's why you are so popular with girls. Do you think others are idiots?" Although the great man did say that there is no distinction between professions, is the function of a security guard and a soldier the same? The army guards the border, and a security guard is just a school. If you dare to say that we are the same as security guards, believe it or not, I will slap you in the face. Not only will I slap you, but my brothers will also slap you. You belittle us as security guards. Are you crazy? The black-faced instructor turned to look at the phalanx of students in front of him and shouted, "Is there anyone who wants to be a soldier when you grow up?" I am willing. I like to be a soldier since I was a child." "I think a soldier is very masculine, instructor. Can we marry a soldier when we grow up?" The black-faced instructor glanced at Fang Yan coldly and said, "Is there anyone who wants to be a security guard when you grow up?" The students laughed out loud. This question was too funny. At their age, it was the bravest time to be fearless. They were full of fantasies about life, full of confidence and hope for the future. They wanted to be successful businessmen, world-class scholars, writers, directors, stars, celebrities. At the very least, they wanted to open a flower shop and become a small owner of a coffee shop. Become a security guard? Was the instructor joking? "Instructor, this question is very difficult for us to answer. We just felt that security is actually not bad, but we still don't want to be security guards." "That's right, who would want to be a security guard? It's so ugly to wear such clothes to patrol every day. I've never thought of finding a boyfriend who's a security guard." If it's a gathering of friends and they ask what your boyfriend does, how are you going to tell them? Fang Yan wasn't angry when the students said that they didn't want to be security guards. When he was this age, he had never thought of becoming a security guard. Fang Yan looked at the students who were laughing and teasing and said with a warm voice, "I just want to tell you that it's not easy being a security guard." They were not paid much, but they did a lot of things. Security guards are the same as soldiers and other professions. As long as they don't break the law, don't make mistakes, and perform their duties within the scope of their profession, it's still a good job. You said that you want to be a soldier, and I support you 1,000,000 times. My best brother became a soldier and fought in the most dangerous places in the country. The black-faced instructor sneered. He didn't believe what Fang Yan said at all. "I hope that there will be no war in the country and the world will be peaceful, but this wish is difficult to achieve. Therefore, our country needs such warriors, heroes who are willing to risk their lives. I can completely understand that you don't want to be a security guard and don't want to marry a security guard. When I was the same age as you, I wanted to be an assassin, waiting for the girl next door to grow up. I wanted to be a close bodyguard for the daughter of a rich man, leveling up and killing monsters all the way to become the son-in-law of their family. I wanted to learn Chinese medicine and become a genius doctor who won the Nobel Prize in medicine. I wanted to act and become the godfather of the entertainment industry. However, when I was young, I didn't want to be a teacher or a security guard. In the end, I chose these two professions, and I'm willing to accept it. Because they are quiet, because they don't compete with others. In my current state of mind, I really need to calm myself down. I like this kind of seemingly idle work. So, I sincerely wish you all a greater future and a brighter and more brilliant future. Even geese leave a sound when they pass by, and people leave their names when they pass by. I hope your names will be known throughout the world. Clatter, the girls applauded wildly. They were stirred up by Fang Yan's words, and their blood was boiling. They felt that Fang Yan understood them and understood their psychology. Everything Fang Yan said was exactly what they were thinking. They were at the best age and felt that they were the best, so they hoped that everything needed to be the best. To be a world-class assassin, to be a close bodyguard for a rich man, to be a doctor who won the Nobel Prize, to be the godfather of the entertainment industry. Wasn't this the Prince Charming of the girls' fantasy? The girls thought that this little security guard was really cute. No wonder the campus belle, Su Chi, took the initiative to invite him to drink Coke. Fang Yan smiled honestly, waved to the students, and said, "Students, I won't disturb your military training anymore. Goodbye." After that, Fang Yan turned around and was ready to leave. Goodbye. The girls waved to Fang Yan. Hello, Security Fang. What's your phone number? Don't go, we'll treat you to Coke later. Or you can treat us to Coke too. The students tried to persuade him to stay. They felt that talking to this little security guard, Fang Yan, was much more interesting than military training. With him around for a while, they didn't feel that the sun was scorching above their heads, nor did they feel that their legs were trembling. Time seemed to pass a little faster than usual. Su Chi squinted her eyes at Fang Yan, and said aloud, "Mr. Fang, what if someone is willing to marry a security guard?" Wow, the audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Su Chi with an incredulous expression. Was this girl crazy? If it was just a misunderstanding, everyone thought that Su Chi had some feelings for Fang Yan, perhaps the two had some relationship in some way, and had some interaction. Now she shouted in public that she wanted to marry a security guard. Although she didn't say herself, but everyone knew that wasn't him. Fang Yan staggered and almost fell to the ground. He couldn't answer this question, so Fang Yan prepared to run faster. "Shut up, all of you!" The black-faced instructor roared. "What's with all the noise? Do you still look like a student? Do you still look like a military training student? Are you still in military training or asking for sex? Don't you have any shame?" The black-faced instructor pointed at Su Chi and shouted, "You, step out." Su Chi stepped out. "Run 20 laps around the field. You're not allowed to eat until you finish." "Ah," the students exclaimed. With their physical strength, running 2 or 3 laps was already their limit. If they were asked to run 20 laps, would they still be alive? This was clearly corporal punishment for Su Chi. Su Chi's expression changed, and she asked aloud, "Instructor, I want to ask why." "Because I'm the instructor, and because you're a student in military training." The instructor roared at Su Chi with a black face, "Do you hear me? Run immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to stand under the sun for as long as you can. That's when you're done." "Instructor, I can't run." Su Chi said. "What? You think you're a girl? You think I can't punish you if you stand there and don't run? Let me tell you, I've seen this kind of trick many times. You're not going to run, right? Fine." The instructor turned to look at the students and roared, "You're a team, a collective. Her mistake is your collective mistake. If she doesn't want to run, then you'll have to stand with her. Cancel the intermission, cancel the dinner. When she starts running, when she finishes running, that's when you can rest and eat." "Ah," the students screamed even more miserably. Their bodies were already exhausted, and they clenched their teeth and persevered just for the intermission. Now that the intermission and dinner were cancelled, how could they bear it? How was he going to let them live on? Fang Yan couldn't take another step. After a moment of hesitation, he walked back step by step. He walked in front of the instructor and said with a smile, "Instructor, isn't this physical punishment a bit too heavy? They're all girls, and their bodies might not be able to bear it. It'll be bad if something happens to them." Neither of us can get away with it, don't you think so? With Fang Yan's persuasion, the black-faced instructor became even angrier. He shouted at Fang Yan with a stern face, "Are you the instructor or am I the instructor? Are they your soldiers or mine? Are you the only one who knows how to be gentle? Are you the only one who knows how to plead for them? Is this how you pick up female students? How can there be someone like you in Rosefinch Secondary? If I were the school's leader, I'd be the first to fire you." Fang Yan nodded and said, "Some of the students' words are inappropriate, but they don't mean it. How about, instructor, you forgive them this once?" "No." The black-faced instructor refused. "They have to run. This really won't do, it's fine if they don't run." The black-faced instructor looked at Fang Yan and sneered, "If they don't run, you run. Don't you like to be gentle with girls? Don't you like to pretend to be a lover in front of girls? If you're so sorry for them, you should run the 20 laps for them." Fang Yan was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Thank you for making an exception, instructor. I'll run for them now." "This guy is sick," the black-faced instructor said mockingly. Chapter 508. This guy was sick, and very sick. Running 20 laps around the field was not only unbearable for the girls, but it was also difficult for the boys. In the eyes of the black-faced instructor, Fang Yan's stubbornness in accepting this mission was asking for trouble. In order to please the girls, this little security guard was willing to put down his pride. Not only did he put down his pride, but he also didn't want to live anymore. Most of the security guards were idle people. These people didn't go through systematic training, and they didn't know how to self-recover and self-regulate. Not to mention 20 laps, when he finished 2 laps, he would lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Let's see if the girls would still think he was a likable guy. Idiot. The black-faced instructor cursed in his heart. Fang Yan knew what the black-faced instructor was thinking, but running 20 laps around the field was really not a difficult task for him. Every morning, he would wake up for an hour, and his training would be 10 times harder than this. Just running laps. Please, our Fang family doesn't have such a simple training method. If the other neighbors of Swallow Dock knew that the Fang family's family training was running laps, they would laugh at them. The Fang family couldn't afford to lose face like this. "Mr. Fang, don't run." When Su Qi heard that Fang Yan was going to take the physical punishment for her, she felt sweet inside, but she couldn't help but worry for Fang Yan. Don't run, I'll just stand, that's right. Mr. Fang, don't run, right? That's 20 laps, instructor, you can't run 20 laps, right? Aren't you making things difficult for us? Instructor, can you spare us this time? We'll treat you to a cola, okay? Shut up. The more these students spoke for Fang Yan, the more uncomfortable the black-faced instructor felt. How could he let a mere security guard ruin his team of students and the girl he liked? He looked at Fang Yan coldly and asked, "What? You're just good at talking. You won't be able to win if you fight?" Fang Yan looked at the instructor and said sincerely, "Mr. Instructor, please don't be hostile to me." "Who's hostile to you? If you want to run, then run. If you don't want to run, then forget it. Did I force you? Did I put a gun to your head and let you run?" The instructor flew into a rage. What he hated the most was being exposed in public. How was he supposed to behave like this? "If you don't want to run, then scram. I still have to educate my students. Don't be led astray by the hooligans in school." Fang Yan sighed and said, "I'm willing to accept the punishment on their behalf. I'll definitely finish these 20 laps. I just hope that you won't work with your emotions. That will have a bad influence on the students." The black-faced instructor was really annoyed by Fang Yan. He said, "I work with emotions? Are you kidding me? You say I work with emotions? Why am I working with emotions? What kind of emotion did I bring to work? You have to make it clear to me today." Fang Yan interrupted the instructor and said, "Will this matter be settled after I finish the 20 laps?" "Yes." Fang Yan pointed at Su Qi and said, "Doesn't she need to stand as punishment?" "No need." Fang Yan then pointed at the students and said, "Can they go eat too?" "Yes." The instructor sneered and said, "After you finish, they can go eat." Fang Yan nodded, turned around and ran toward the field. "Mr. Fang!" Su Qi exclaimed. Fang Yan acted as if he didn't hear anything. His body had already finished running. "Su Qi, is he really the school's security guard? He looks quite handsome." "Su Qi, how did you two meet? Do you really like him? He looks gentle and quite manly, but this is 20 laps. Can he last?" Su Qi didn't answer their questions and didn't know how to answer them. At first glance, she felt that this man was very strange. At second glance, she felt that this man was very mysterious. At third glance, she felt that this man was very charming, a kind of indescribable charm. It was just fate at third glance. She couldn't tell if it was love or like. Besides, did it matter? People interacting with people was a kind of feeling. If they felt good, they would treat you well. If they felt bad, they would treat you badly. If they felt good, they would treat others badly. If they felt bad, they would treat others well. That was asking for trouble. The black-faced instructor glanced at Su Qi and raised his voice to all the girls. "You are still young. There are a lot of things you don't understand. There are a lot of people who can't see through it. They think that saying a few witty words is humorous, and doing a few strange actions is cold. I can tell you responsibly that such a man will not have any future." "Impossible," Su Qi retorted. "You think I'm wrong?" The black-faced instructor stared at Su Qi and asked. "Of course not," Su Qi said. "What do you think?" "He is penniless. I can make him rich. He is unknown. I can make him famous." Su Qi said, "He likes to be a teacher, so I can make him the principal. He likes to be a security guard, so I can make him the security captain. Besides, I think he is more promising than you now." "Su Qi, how can you talk to the instructor like this?" Su Qi glanced at the instructor coldly and said, "Instructor, do you have to be like this?" Teacher Fang Yan just didn't wear the security uniform issued by the school. Even the school didn't say anything to him. But you put one hat after another on him. Think about it carefully. How many times has Mr. Fang apologized to you because of this? You are aggressive, and Mr. Fang keeps giving in. You are not considerate, and Mr. Fang has to compromise. Why did he do that? It's because he doesn't want to have a conflict with you in front of the students. He wants to protect your dignity, and he wants to protect his own dignity. It was as if they were the ones who ran this kind of result. "Hey, bro, good job, bro, how many laps have you run? Are you tired? Bro, which class are you from? What's your name?" The black-faced instructor's comrades came over. They pointed at Fang Yan and looked at the black-faced instructor curiously, asking, "Your student? He's a good seedling. How could he be his student? Didn't you see that all the soldiers he brought are female? But that kid is really fierce. He ran more than 10 laps without his face turning red. Even we wouldn't be as strong as him, right? What's his background? Is he from the instructor's brigade? There are monsters like that over there, but they didn't send anyone over this time." The black-faced instructor looked at his teammates who were so excited that they wanted to drag Fang Yan to become sworn brothers. He said with a gloomy face, "Rosefinch Secondary, School Security." Chapter 509. When Fang Yan finished the 20th lap, the students applauded loudly. It was the applause of all 16 military training squads in the training field, which was a bit loud. Before Fang Yan reached the black-faced instructor, the girls cheered excitedly. At their age, they liked heroic novels or romantic things the most. In order to protect them, Fang Yan went through mountains of knives and seas of fire, and finally killed the devil in the castle. Yes, the black-faced instructor was the devil who imprisoned the princess. Mr. Fang, Mr. Fang, Mr. Fang. Fang Yan waved his hand at them, walked in front of the black-faced instructor, and said, "Instructor, I have finished the 20 laps, don't make it difficult for the students, they are a group of children who haven't grown up yet." The girls immediately turned against him. They all shouted, "We are not children, we are already adults, how can we be children?" The black-faced instructor stared at Fang Yan unkindly, but there was no more condescension. Before the black-faced instructor said anything, his group of comrades surrounded him. "Brother, you are amazing, what's your name? Did you come from the army before?" "I am Li Meng, come shake my hand, good skills, not out of breath, not beating heart." "Hee hee, who can do that? Anyway, I can't do it." Fang Yan smiled and shook hands with these military training instructors, and said with a smile, "Brothers, you have worked hard. My name is Fang Yan, I am the school's security guard. No matter what you are, we like people who are capable. We like people who are capable. What you showed us just now really shocked us. We often train and run farther than you, but after running, we are almost paralyzed from exhaustion. You look like nothing has happened to you. You should be fine to run another 20 laps, right?" Fang Yan quickly waved his hand, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said, I can't, I'm forcing myself, I'm exhausted." "Be humble," the instructors said. Fang Yan took the initiative to walk in front of the black-faced instructor, and said, "Come, shake hands. Things started because of me, and will end because of me. I'll run these 20 laps as an apology. Don't take it to heart. Use your professional knowledge to let these students experience the demeanor of a real soldier." The black-faced instructor's face suddenly turned purple. He looked at Fang Yan embarrassedly and said, "I've always been against you. I've never been a likable person." Fang Yan explained seriously, "I didn't grow up well. It's not your fault." Fang Yan would often reflect on why people would view him as an enemy no matter where he went. Later on, he also thought of such a possibility. Could it be that his appearance was attracting hatred for him? "Poochie," the girls roared with laughter. Some of them bent over, some of them fell down, and some of them had tears in their eyes. "It's not your fault that I didn't grow properly." Who doesn't want to grow well? But, can this kind of thing be decided by oneself? This little security guard is so cute. The black-faced instructor also laughed. He reached out his rough big hand and shook Fang Yan's hand. He said, "I also have to apologize to you. In fact, I saw that you were liked by the girls, and I felt a little uncomfortable. I've been with them for a few days, and I care about them every day, but I've never seen them treat me like this." The black-faced instructor secretly glanced at Su Qi, and then quickly moved his eyes away. He said, "I'm a little narrow-minded, so I wanted to find trouble with you and put you in your place. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I asked you to run 20 laps, but you didn't scare me. Instead, you put me in my place. My words were a little vulgar, don't take it to heart. I'm used to speaking like this in the army, and I haven't changed this bad habit outside. We understand each other." Fang Yan said with a smile. "I don't like to wear the security uniform, so I haven't changed it until now." Fang Yan waved to the students and said, "Students, goodbye." "Goodbye, Mr. Fang." The students warmly said goodbye to Fang Yan. There were also people who said that they would go to the security office to find Fang Yan, and invite him to eat pickled fish at the school gate. Fang Yan smiled and turned to the security booth at the school gate. The black-faced instructor looked at Fang Yan walking away, then he turned to the students he led and said, "I take back what I said just now, Teacher Fang Yan. He is a very good man, and a very unyielding security guard. I believe that such a person, no matter what position he is in, he will make impressive achievements. Even if he is just a security guard now, but he is not an ordinary security guard." The girls applauded enthusiastically, as if the person the black-faced instructor praised was their brother. The black-faced instructor's heart was sour, and he thought, this kid is really a monster. He only came for a short while, and he already won the hearts of dozens of girls. If I let him stay a little longer, I'm afraid that all the girls on the training ground will become his personal army, right? When Fang Yan returned to the security booth, Baldy asked, what happened with the noise on the field? Are those freshmen okay? They're okay. Fang Yan said with a smile. It's good that they're okay. I was afraid that the students and the instructor would not get along and cause trouble. It could also be that the instructor and the security guard don't get along. Fang Yan said with a smile. The bell rang, and Fang Yan said to Baldy, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. After that, Fang Yan walked toward the school's parking lot. Baldy was full of doubts. In the past, Fang Yan would wait until all the students left before he would get off work with them. Today, he left in a hurry. Did something happen at home? Fang Yan's matter was Lu Chaoga's matter, and Lu Chaoga's matter was Baldy's matter. Thinking that something might have happened to Lu Chaoga, Baldy's mood became a little anxious. Lu Chaoga was his benefactor. If it wasn't for Lu Chaoga's acquisition of Rosefinch, Baldy would not be able to take up the prestigious position of the security director of Rosefinch Secondary, even if he had to endure for another 20 years until all the remaining hair on his head fell off. How many people stared at the chair under his butt? If it wasn't for Lu Chaoga's protection, would he be able to hold it? One must know how to repay kindness, but Baldy never knew how to repay kindness. Soon, the mystery was revealed. The bell that signaled the end of class was still echoing in a corner of the campus. A group of girls in green military uniforms with military training caps in their hands sprinted toward the small security booth at the school gate like ferocious tigers. Looking at them running toward him, Baldy suddenly thought of a song, The Tigers on the Mountain Don't Eat People, and they look quite cute. Whoosh, those female tigers surrounded the security booth tightly, and the people at the back were still desperately squeezing to the front. Professional habits made Baldy want to go out and maintain order. Just as he was thinking about this, he realized he was trapped in the security booth and couldn't go out at all. Teacher. Is Teacher Fang Yan here? A sweet girl asked aloud. Where's Fang Yan? Do you have a security guard named Fang Yan? The one who is very handsome, 100 times more handsome than you. This girl's question was more straightforward. Hand over Fang Yan to us. This girl was more barbaric. Baldy was dizzy from the noise, but he finally understood what was going on. In other words, these girls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, dozens of girls were looking for Fang Yan. Baldy was really confused. Didn't he just ask Fang Yan to patrol the freshman training ground? How did he bring back such a large group of girls in the blink of an eye? Even if he was a blooming rape flower, he shouldn't attract so many bees, right? Besides, he and his buddies walked around the freshman training ground every day. Because he was worried about the safety of the girls, he deliberately wandered in front of them a few times. It shouldn't have caused such a big scene, right? Of course, there were girls who took the initiative to hit on him. They threw over 100 yuan and said, "Security, buy me 2 boxes of mineral water." The more Baldy thought about it, the angrier he got. He slapped the tattered table in front of him. Pa! The whole place was safe, and there was silence. Baldy was very satisfied with the silent effect he created. He was about to show off the dignity of the security captain when the girls suddenly exploded. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you slap the table? Do you think you look handsome when you slap the table? Ugly freak. You scared me. Give me back our teacher Fang Yan. Baldy finally found a chance to speak and shouted, Fang Yan is home. He already got off work early and went home. Teacher. Can you give me teacher Fang Yan's phone number? A beautiful little girl blinked her big, starry eyes at the Baldy. Anyone who saw this little ant would think that she was really cute. Baldy's face turned red. Someone actually called him teacher. Didn't they all call him Baldy? Moreover, this little girl was really pitiful. Baldy was dizzy. When he was about to tell them Fang Yan's phone number, he saw the other girl's eyes and suddenly became alert. I don't know, Baldy said. Che, the girls collectively gave him the middle finger. Fang Yan crossed the Rosefinch Bridge and entered the stone pillar path of the school known as the Love Corridor. When he was about to go to the parking lot to get his car, an abrupt voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ba. Benefactor, you are in a hurry. Where are you going? Tomorrow is autumn and the weather is great. If you don't mind, how about we have a chat? Fang Yan was slightly shocked and began to look for the source of the voice. Chapter 5:10. With Fang Yan's current level of cultivation, he was extremely sensitive to his surroundings. He could not add a feather, nor could he drop a leaf. The wind blew the grass, and the sound entered his ears. Rats scurried and snakes scurried, and all entered his heart. However, Fang Yan did not sense anyone around him. In other words, that person was already close to him, but he did not sense it. On one hand, it proved that this person's ability was outstanding, and he had entered the Anata state. In a slightly more mysterious way of cultivation, he was a demigod. On the other hand, it also showed that this person was kind and did not have murderous intent. No matter who it was, no matter how strong that person was, or how strong that person was. As long as he had murderous intent, it was easy to be detected, at least, Fang Yan could detect it. Of course, if that person entered the invincible Vajra state and could hurt people with his mind alone, even Fang Yan would find it difficult to find out. Because the mind of a person was shapeless and the most difficult to capture. On the stone of seeking knowledge sat a monk and a Taoist. The monk was a white-browed old monk, and the Taoist was a grey-robed Taoist. Both of them were old acquaintances of Fang Yan. Of course, if one looked closely, they were not very familiar. Fang Yan came over with a face full of surprise, and reached out to grab the grey-robed Taoist's hand. The Taoist waved his sleeve, and the hand magically disappeared. Fang Yan reached out again, and the Taoist's other hand also disappeared. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, Master, I haven't seen you for a long time. I just wanted to shake hands with you to show that we are close. Why are you avoiding me? I'm afraid that I won't be able to pull it back if I shake hands, the grey-robed Taoist said with a double meaning. After the previous few encounters, he had a deep understanding of Fang Yan. This guy was someone who would not get up early without benefits. If he suddenly became intimate with you, it must be because he wanted some treasure on you. If you don't want him to take advantage of you, then don't have any contact with him. Even shaking hands to show etiquette was not acceptable. Why can't I pull it back? It's impossible for me to marry a Taoist priest. Fang Yan said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you still healthy? He was fine yesterday, but he didn't come tomorrow. I don't know today, said the Taoist priest. Yesterday was pretty good, today was pretty good, and tomorrow will be even better. Fang Yan said firmly, both of you haven't had dinner yet, right? I know a good hot pot restaurant in front of the school. Oh, right, you guys don't eat hot pot. I know a good vegetarian restaurant. How about I treat you guys to some vegetarian food? Seeing the monk and the old Taoist sizing him up with a smile, Fang Yan was somewhat discouraged and said, All right, I know the two of you are an exception. It's fine even if you don't eat or drink for several days without eating or drinking. Since you've come to look for me, there must be something. The white-browed monk looked at Fang Yan and asked, Is there hatred in your heart? Yes. Fang Yan nodded. Hatred overflows the heavens. What do you want? Using blood to solve it. Fang Yan said, blood for blood. If someone else asked him such a question, he would slap them and scold back, It's none of your business. If a family member asked him such a question, he would give an ambiguous answer and reply, Don't worry, I'll be fine. However, the people who asked him this question were the monk and the Taoist priest, so there was no need for Fang Yan to hide anything. Because all concealment was deception and blasphemy. Perhaps they knew Fang Yan better than Fang Yan. The monk and the Taoist priest looked at each other, and the monk smiled silently and said, because there is love, there is hatred. Because there is hatred, there is the heart to kill. A person who only knows kindness is a good person, and a person who only knows evil is a bad person. However, a person who has great love and can tolerate great hatred is a person with great wisdom. Fang Yan stared at the monk with a vigilant face and said, what are you trying to say? My mother was born in a scholarly family, and my grandfather was a prime minister in the academic world. I've studied a lot of books since I was a child. Don't think that you can fool me by saying something I don't understand. The monk and the Taoist priest laughed. Tianjizi looked at Fang Yan and said, let me ask you, have you had a hard time? This question made Fang Yan stunned. Had he had a hard time? Of course, he had had a hard time. Unspeakably hard. His father had died tragically at the gate of Swallow Dock, and he, Feng Yiqing Shui, had rushed all the way, but he still couldn't see him for the last time. He had too many regrets and remorse in his heart. He had too many things he didn't say, and he had too many things he didn't do. In fact, when he faced that man, he only knew how to take, and he didn't have time to return. He felt that he owed too much, so he observed mourning for 3 years to accompany him. However, every day of those 3 years was a kind of torture, and every night of those 3 years was a torment. He couldn't taste the food, and he couldn't sleep well at night. Why? Because his father had been killed, and the murderer was still at large. However, every time he was filled with hostility and murderous intent, the heart of Tai Chi in his heart would spin crazily again and again. Yes, what was the heart of Tai Chi? It was the power of nature. Naturally, it was green, healthy, warm, sweet and cozy. It was the sunshine, the rain hitting the banana leaves, the butterflies playing with flowers, and the plum blossoms in the snow. It didn't tolerate darkness, and it didn't accept some extremely negative things or emotions. Hostility, murderous intent, and hatred, these things were contrary to Fang Yan's nature. In other words, he wanted to use the heart of Tai Chi to help him get revenge. However, the heart of Tai Chi strongly rejected Fang Yan in this state. It felt like his body and spirit were about to separate. Giving up hostility, murderous intent, and hatred was also contrary to Fang Yan's nature. He couldn't do it, and it was impossible for him to do it. Therefore, Fang Yan was entangled between ice and fire, between relief and hatred, and between picking it up and letting it go every day and night. This was a heart disease. A heart disease that made people wish they were dead. Yi Rou knew that Yi Rou could only accompany him silently. Fang Hui knew that Fang Hui asked Fang Yan to go out and have a look. No one else knew, and no one else had a way to know. It was calm on the surface, but turbulent waves were surging in the dark. Fang Yan was calm. Fang Yan forced a smile, but this kind of pain really seeped into his heart and bones. Pain, Fang Yan said. It was just a word, but it was said with great force. All living beings suffer, and we are here to understand your pain, the monk said. Fang Yan was overjoyed. He looked at the gray-robed Taoist priest expectantly and said, Master, you only need to teach me the move that you used before, and I won't feel all the pain. Fang Yan thought he was an optimist, a man who was easy to get rid of. A sports car, a villa, a beautiful woman, and a spring in the old wood, and he would follow you happily. Tianjizi shook his head and said, I can't see through it, and I can't see through it. You just said that this move is mine, so it can only be mine. When you truly see through it, you'll have your own spring in life. At that time, it will be hard for you to say that the great Tao is one. Which way is the right way? Which way is the right way? Who can know without going through it? Fang Yan wanted to press these two old guys to the ground and beat them up again. If you want to reject it, then reject it. Why do you have to say so much high-sounding nonsense? It's like I'm ignorant and childish if I force it. But I really don't understand what you are talking about. Although Fang Yan thought he was knowledgeable, he still liked to communicate with people in plain words. So, He stared at the monk and the Taoist priest with an unfriendly expression and asked, "You mean, you won't teach me the move?" "We can't teach you." "We can't teach you either," the monk said with a smile. "Then why did you come to me for no reason?" Fang Yan looked at the monk and the Taoist priest with disdain and said, "Two old men sitting on this lover's path will easily cause misunderstandings. What if you scare the students in school?" The monk and the Taoist priest looked at each other and laughed. The Taoist priest said, Look, luckily we didn't shake hands just now. If we did, we couldn't take our hands away." The monk had a gentle smile on his face, giving off an amiable aura. He looked at Fang Yan with eyes full of wisdom and said, "The heart of killing is also a heart. Everything in the world is a training for the heart and self. Fang Yan, throw away the burden and stride forward. This is just a small world. You will enter the real big world and achieve great freedom." "What is a big world?" Fang Yan asked. He remembered that many years ago, there was a nightclub in Shanghai called the Big World Nightclub. He didn't know if it had closed down or not. The monk smiled and said, "There will be a day to knock on the door, and there will be a person to open it. We can't rush it." Fang Yan was really anxious. He said, "Don't be so mysterious, always talking about the big principles of right and wrong. Just tell me the truth, just one sentence will do. What do you want to say to me? If you don't say a clear sentence, people will say we are babbling." The monk glanced at the Taoist priest, and the Taoist priest looked at Fang Yan and said, "I have already obtained 2 of the 3 jewel hearts. The day to knock on the door is not far." 3 jewel hearts. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. He felt that this was a new and familiar term. After thinking for a long time, he finally understood that this was what the divine Jizi said to him in the park. Which 3 jewel hearts? The heart of bravery. The heart of killing. The heart of justice. Fang Yan grinned and said, "Master, you said I have already obtained 2 of the 3 jewel hearts. Do you mean I already have the heart of justice and the heart of killing?" "Correct." The divine Jizi nodded. The heart of Tai Chi is the heart of justice. Those who are not righteous cannot have the heart of Tai Chi. Blood for blood is the heart of killing. Then you think I'm not brave enough? Fang Yan was anxious. How could I not be brave enough? Tell me, is there anything in this world that I don't dare to do? Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, we don't know. The monk laughed and said, "You're on your own now." Having said that, the monk and the Taoist priest stood up and walked out of the school. "Hey," Fang Yan shouted, "where are you going?" "I'll drive you." Chapter 5:11. A gentle breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The warm sunlight shone evenly on the ground, giving everything a layer of golden coat. The red buoy floating on the surface of the lake rose and fell. That was the teasing behavior of the fish before they took the bait. It's just like humans. Before they do anything, they will test the waters in every possible way. Until they are sure that this behavior will not bring any danger, then they will swallow it. But what they do not know is that the devil is 10 times as tall as the righteous. Those fish test everything, thinking that they are safe, but they do not know that the safest moment is also the moment of danger. As long as there is greed, one foot has already stepped into the depths of hell. As the young man spoke, he shook his wrist, and a red carp was thrown into the air by him. The carp was full of strength, and even though its body was dehydrated, it was still struggling. The fishing rod was pulled and bent, and the fishing line swayed in the air. The man held the fishing rod in his hand, skillfully pulling back and forth with the carp's movements. "Pa!" The carp fell to the ground, spitting out bubbles one after another, its tail powerlessly swinging. The young man put down the fishing rod, walked over to take the carp off the hook, and carried it with both hands to the side of the lake. Bang! He threw the carp into the lake, creating a large splash. The carp dizzily swam around in the lake a few times, looked back at the man who released it, and spat out a series of bubbles. Those bubbles formed the word idiot, and then plunged into the depths of the lake, unwilling to show its head again. The carp that has bitten the bait has lost its spiritual energy, and will never have the chance to leap over the dragon gate again, the old man holding the rod said warmly. The old man was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, and his bare feet stepped on the mud. His trousers were half rolled up, and his calves were covered in mud. He looked like a wild villager who farmed and gathered firewood. The brim of the hat was lowered, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. His entire upper body was hidden in the shadow of the bamboo hat. The young man chuckled, and said, "There are millions of carps in the river, but how many have the chance to leap over the dragon gate?" Most of them were ordinary people with mediocre aptitudes. For thousands of years, there were only 2 or 3 that managed to ascend to become dragons. The rest had all become delicacies on the human dining table. That's it. The first is fate, the second is fate, and the third is geomancy. The first is fate, the second is good fortune, and the third is whether the place where the ancestral grave is buried hides wind and chi. I'm not afraid of the millions of mortal bodies, but I'm afraid that someone will be able to break through the destiny and successfully ascend to become a dragon. At that time, I will become your true enemy, the old man said with a smile. There was a hint of warning in his words. Master, do you think Fang Yan is the carp that has the opportunity to make the great leap? The young man said with a smile. Of the 9 paths of the dragon gate, he has already passed the first 8. The old man sighed and said, "Previously, the divination I gave you was about purple clouds rising and a lucky star hanging high. Your fate is red with a hint of purple, so it goes without saying that you're rich and powerful. However, whether you can transform from a fake dragon to a real dragon still requires some tempering. If he succeeded, he would never be able to enjoy it for the rest of his life. If the tempering fails, you'll lose all the dragon's fate, and I'm afraid you'll degenerate into an ordinary river carp." The young man put on the bait in his hand and threw the hook into the river, but he didn't care about the fishing rod that was placed on the stand. Standing on the wide surface of the lake and looking at the distant mountains and clear waters, his heart became infinitely broad. "Master, do you still remember what I said to you when I left the Qingtian Daoist temple?" the young man asked. His body was bathed in the sunlight, and he looked handsome and extraordinary. In an instant, he became an ambiguous man that girls liked. "You said that the world is big, but heroes are few and far between. A life without an opponent is lonely. It's better to live alone in the mountains and seek Taoism." "That's right. A famous general is like a beautiful woman. Without a beautiful woman, there's no need for love. Without a famous general as an opponent, it's better to live in seclusion in the mountains and seek Taoism. Who knows, I might be able to find a few opponents among the deities and have a good fight." The man's heroic spirit reached the clouds, and his voice was powerful. "If it's just a Fang Yan, then life is too lonely. If it's just the current Fang Yan, then life is too boring. I look forward to Fang Yan's growth, I look forward to his ascension." The man's eyes were glowing with excitement. "Let me live crazily, or let me die happily. But, the process cannot be mediocre." "What a madman," the old man sighed. Fang Yan mourned for 3 years at Swallow Dock, and also pulled the world's attention away from Flower City for 3 years. Lu Chaoga is also an extraordinary woman. In 3 short years, she helped him build a large commercial kingdom. Gu Zhonglan, Hetang Willow, these young talents are all in his hands. With the help of Du Qing and other heroes of the underworld, his momentum has been set. Flower City has become a place for him to soar. We can't stay here for long. This battle should be quick and fierce. We can't drag our feet and enter his dojo. Du Qing is someone I like, but I didn't think he would be used by him. What a pity, the young man said with a regretful expression. If he can't be used, then let's destroy him. Wonderful, the old man said. A generation of beauties. It was said that this was the most popular nightclub in Flower City. In the private room of the nightclub's lobby, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. Shan Pao, you must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. You dare to dine and dash in my territory? Do you want to die? Brother Wolf stood in front of a group of men in black, staring coldly at the short fatso opposite him. Brother Wolf, isn't that a bit too much? We've been brothers for many years. I'm just a little short on cash tonight. I've already told Manager Zhang that I'll remember this debt and pay it back when I have money. How can you say that I'm eating and dashing? How bad would it sound if people heard about it? Shan Pao said with a cheeky smile. He didn't take Brother Wolf's threat to heart. Brother Wolf stared at Shan Pao with a gloomy look and said, "What? Want to go back on my word? Shan Pao, aren't you afraid of drowning? You know that I have a big shot behind me. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Think about your own weight before you speak. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have a few pounds of fat. I'm afraid you won't be able to decide how you die." "Oh, Brother Wolf, aren't you threatening your brother?" I know. Who is your Brother Wolf?" "He's the #1 dog under Master Qing." "Oh, you're not really the #1 dog. Master Qing has 3 guardians and 8 Vajras. It's said that there's also a mysterious thug called Master 13. A godly person who can sit on the same level as Master Qing. Brother Wolf, count yourself. How many big shots are there above you? Can you even finish hugging Buddha's legs?" "So, Shan Pao isn't going to pay?" "Brother Wolf, I've just explained. I really don't have money. Why don't Brother Wolf help me sleep tonight? I owe Brother Wolf a favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat Brother Wolf to a drink. What do you think?" Shan Pao said with a smile, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "Shan Pao, you're forcing me." "Brother Wolf, I'll force you tonight. What can you do to me?" The smile on Shan Pao's face gradually faded. He stared at Brother Wolf fiercely and said, "I'm not going to pay. I'm eating a free meal from your beautiful woman. I'm playing with your girl and not paying. What can you do to me?" Brother Wolf waved his hand and rushed towards Shan Pao. The men in black behind Brother Wolf had long been ready. After receiving Brother Wolf's order to attack, they pounced on the earth cannon opposite them. "Brothers, go!" Shan Pao roared. His short legs kicked the ground and he jumped up like a cannon. He clenched his fist and punched towards Brother Wolf. At the coastal port. "What? Are you Qinghong bullying us? We're unloading our own goods. Why should we listen to your orders? Why should we pay for you? Who do you think you are? Wang Dafa, don't lie through your teeth. Are you the owner of these goods? Why don't you show us some proof? We, Qinghong, do business for the public and private. These goods were entrusted to us by the customers. We have to look after them. If you unload them, how are we going to answer to the customers? I said we're the owner of these goods. We are the owner of these goods. You want proof? Okay, brothers. Who knows how to write? Write a note and burn it for them. Let them read the words on it in the afterlife. Destroy them for me. Brothers, F***ck them. At the bus stop. Thief. Catch the thief. A girl who looked like a student screamed. An ordinary-looking man was holding a mobile phone in his hand. He was running frantically through the crowd. Bang! His head smashed into a sturdy wall, and his body retreated several steps before he fell to the ground on his butt. He raised his head and looked over. It wasn't a wall, but a tall man in sportswear. The man stared at him fiercely and scolded, "Are you blind? Don't you know what this place is? All the shops here are our tenants. You dare to come here and cheat people. Believe it or not, I will break your legs." "I really don't believe it." The thief smiled triumphantly. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "Help, help, the hooligan is hitting people, help, they're here, they're here." A group of men in black came from all directions and pounced on the tall man in the sports attire. The man in sportswear was stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his fists to welcome the storm-like attacks. In five-star hotel lobbies, at bus stops, at tourist attractions, and in shopping malls, this kind of thing kept happening. Chapter 5:12. That night, the video of the hooligans fighting each other was uploaded to the internet. Once it was uploaded, it became a trending video on all major web portals and social media platforms. Oh my god, this is too scary. Those hooligans are beating people up at the train station. Are they filming a movie? This is an international five-star hotel. Those scumbags are beating up foreign guests. Isn't this going to cause an international dispute? We must get rid of these scumbags and return watching to a peaceful living environment. Countless people left comments criticizing the hooligans' vile behavior, calling on the government to bring these bad guys to justice. Netizens all over the country began to criticize Huaqing's public security and the government's inaction. They allowed these hooligans to make dirty money. The entire Huaqing became restless. It was like a barrel of dynamite that was about to explode. Under such strong pressure of public opinion, under the terrifying public opinion that was deliberately guided and manipulated by people with ulterior motives, the government officials could no longer sit still, and so could the police. Under a certain someone's order, the entire city's security forces were mobilized. Countless police cars whizzed out, pouncing on various strongholds that they were already familiar with. Clear Sky Building. Clear Sky Group Headquarters. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of Clear Sky Building, one could overlook most of Huaqing's night view. A man who was not tall or big but looked very powerful and could easily give people a sense of security stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His hands were in the pockets of his pants, and his expression was solemn as he looked at the traffic outside that was like a rainbow and the lights were like a dragon. He liked this city. He shared the same fate as this city. This city was his soul and skeleton. It was the starting point and the peak of his career. He came to Huaqing after he dropped out of high school. He started from the bottom of society and worked his way up to where he was now. Now that he had billions in wealth, he also had unparalleled power. How many times had he bled, how many tears had he shed, how many times had he been injured, how many flattering words had he said, how many times had he bowed, how many times had he knelt, but now, someone wanted to take everything away from him. How could he accept such a blow? How could he accept such an arrangement? He couldn't accept it. Inside the room, there was the sound of the password being verified, and then the door was pushed open from the outside. Leah rushed in anxiously, and said anxiously, "Uncle, something happened at the pier, the station was swept, all the bars and nightclubs were ordered to close, and our people were also taken away. I just received the statistics, and now 431 people have been captured. The number is still increasing. Did something happen to Tiger? Something happened over at Lord Hu's side. Lord Hu has also been captured. What's the situation with Luo Badeo? Something happened on Luo Badeo's side too. Luo Badeo got the news in advance and ran away with his wife and child. He hasn't contacted us yet. Where is Xiao Dao? Xiao Dao was injured during the conflict with the people from Mo Bay. He is still being treated at the hospital. Du Qing didn't continue asking. Instead, he turned around and looked at the night view of Huaqing outside the window. Leah became anxious and said, "Uncle, let's quickly think of a way to save them." Du Qing did not reply, as if he did not hear Leah's words. "Uncle, Leah, I understand." Du Qing interrupted Leah's words, stopping him from continuing. "I know everything you've told me," Wang Yao said. "But, don't we need to do anything?" Leah said in a low voice, "Uncle, someone is framing us." "I know." Du Qing nodded. "If we can't be used, then we can destroy them. There's nothing wrong with doing that. If I was in that position, I would also do the same, but, we are too aggrieved." Leah said with red eyes, we didn't do anything bad. We are still trying our best to help maintain the order of this city. Uncle often tells us that only when the city is developed properly can we earn big money. What future can we have by fighting and killing? Other than throwing away a few innocent corpses, the money we earn is probably not even enough to pay for our brother's medical expenses. That's why we, Qinghong, have always been doing business properly. We set the rules, and not only do we require us to do things within the rules, even though our background is not good, we are now legitimate businessmen. Without us, Qinghong, what kind of mess would other people make in the city? If it wasn't for us, Qinghong, would the others be so law-abiding? On what basis? To push us to the guillotine and hang us to death? Silly child, cleaning up is the trend of the times. Du Qing said with a smile, no matter who sits in my position, they would do the same thing as me. Now that the country is rich and the people are at peace, the world is at peace. It's not like the chaotic world in the past where human lives are worthless. No matter what you do, you have to follow the rules. Those who don't follow the rules and use unscrupulous methods have long lost their lives. But this time, we are indeed aggrieved. We follow the rules, but other people don't want us to follow the rules. That's why they pushed us out. Who asked us to attract the wind and offend them? Uncle, don't you have a lot of connections? Give those friends of yours a call and ask them to make an exception, Leah said aloud. Du Qing shook his head and said, we have just been pushed to the heart of the struggle. There are countless pairs of eyes staring at us. Countless media outlets are swarming towards Huacheng. Asking for help at this time will only make things difficult for them. If they refuse, it will hurt the friendship between both parties. If they clench their teeth and help, they might drag their true friends down with them. At this time, what we need to do is not to disturb anyone. They will instead remember our kindness. When things calm down, they will remember this favor and think of a way to return it. Humans, when you think for yourself, you should also think for others. It's not easy for everyone to live. But what about Tiger Lord and the rest? Leah asked anxiously. Tiger Lord was one of the 3 great King Kongs under Du Qing. He had a high position and authority in Qinghong, second only to Du Qing and 13th Master. Tiger Lord being captured was a disaster for Qinghong. Because he had too many of Du Qing and Qinghong's secrets in his hands. If Du Qing didn't think of a way to get him out, would Tiger Lord still keep Qinghong's secret? It was not suitable to ask for help, and there was no chance to save him. To the current Du Qing, it was indeed a dilemma. We have to believe in Tiger Lord. Du Qing said, believe in our own brothers. Since they have already made their move, their target must be Uncle. Leah said worriedly, Uncle, find a place to hide. Don't be in the company, and don't go to any other places where you need to show your face. I will summon the great demons to protect you. Leah, there's no need. Du Qing said, it's good that everyone is safe, we don't need to pull them out from the shadows to show everyone. But our security here is still a little weak. If anything happens to Uncle, some things depend on schemes, and some depend on fate. Du Qing said with a smile, when the schemes are exhausted, it's time to gamble with your life. I have been scheming with others for my entire life, and I have also gambled with my life. The fortune teller said that my life is tough, ordinary people can't beat it. Uncle, Du Qing sighed lightly, looked at Leah and said, let's go. Let's go home. Leah nodded and said, it's too dangerous at home. How is it not dangerous? How about, Uncle temporarily leave Flower City? We can't leave. Du Qing rejected this suggestion. No matter what, we can't leave. If we leave Flower City, it will be exactly what they want. We will no longer have any chance to turn the tables. I will go back with Uncle. Leah said. Du Qing smiled, walked to the door, put on his jacket, and walked outside. Leah followed closely behind, afraid that something might happen to Uncle. Under the protection of a few bodyguards, Du Qing and Leah took a special elevator to the underground parking lot. For safety reasons, there was a garage under the clear sky building that was completely isolated from the other areas. There were several different kinds of cars parked in the garage, making it convenient for Du Qing to choose a car according to his needs. Just as they walked to the entrance of the garage, they saw a tall man sitting on the roof of a white Volkswagen. Leah's eyes turned cold, quickly ran in front of Du Qing, stared closely at the man in black, and shouted, "Great demon, why are you here?" Clang! The great demon jumped down from the roof, grinned sinisterly, and said, "Master Qing is in trouble, I am here to protect Master Qing." "Great demon, have you forgotten the rules? Without Master Qing's summon, you cannot appear in Clear Sky Building," Leah angrily scolded, and said, "Master Qing understands your intentions. Now that Master Qing is safe and sound, you should also return to where you should be." The great demon did not leave, and said with a smile, "Since you are here, how can you leave just like that? Disregarding Master Qing's safety, such a thing is not something I can do." "Then you are disobeying orders." Leah coldly stared at the great demon, and said, "This is the loyalty you are showing?" Du Qing patted Leah's shoulder, indicating that she should not be agitated. Then, he walked in front of Leah, looked at the great demon who was standing there with a sharp blade in his hand, and said coldly, "Great demon, someone asked you to stand here and take my life, right? Master Qing is wise." The great demon laughed loudly, and said, "Qing Hong collapses, Chief Du Qing flees in fear of punishment, but is intercepted and stabbed in the heart by his subordinates. Master Qing, you must like this kind of news headline, right? Someone asked me to stand guard here, no matter what, I have to make you stay. Master Qing won't make things difficult for us little brothers, right?" Crash! The bodyguards in front of Du Qing took the initiative to rush toward the great demon. Chapter 5:13. You're courting death. The great demon slightly bent his body and charged towards the bodyguards in black. The first man in black approached and swung his fist towards the great demon's face. The great demon leapt up and used the dagger in his hand to cut open the man's neck. The second man in black arrived. The great demon coincidentally dropped down and stomped on the man's chest. The man in black fell to the ground and blocked the charging figures of the others. The man in black who had his throat slit knelt on the ground and held his neck, unable to say a word. Blood dyed the black floor red. This bloody purge had finally begun. The dagger in the great demon's hand was stained with blood. He stuck out his tongue and lightly licked the blade, then sucked the blood into his mouth and said excitedly, "The blood of my own brothers tastes so different, you're a traitor." "Not our brothers," Leah said with a cold voice. She wanted to stand in front of Du Qing again, but was stopped by him. "Traitor?" The great demon sneered. He looked at Du Qing evilly and said, "Master Qing, she said I'm a traitor, do you think she's right?" Du Qing's expression was calm, but his voice was cold and contained a hint of killing intent. He said, "Everyone has their own independent choice, I can't say much. However, words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. Once you step forward, you won't have a chance to regret it. Since you've chosen to be so ruthless, I hope you won't regret your choice in the future." "I've chosen to be so ruthless." The great demon laughed loudly. He stared at Du Qing fiercely and asked, "Master Qing, you said I've chosen to be so ruthless. I really want to know, who was the one who chose to be so ruthless?" "Lord Tiger has been caught by the cops, and the brothers have been scattered. Lord Green, my respected Lord Green, my most beloved young man, as the leader of Green and Red, shouldn't you stand up and save your brothers at this time? Where are you planning to go? How do you know Uncle isn't planning to save them?" Leah retorted bluntly and said, "Uncle has his own considerations, what does a simple-minded guy like you know? Great demon, get out of my way. I've already sent an alarm upstairs. When they come down, you'll be dead. Leah, you don't have to use this little trick anymore. The people above won't receive your warning, and they won't come down to save us," Du Qing said arrogantly. "You've been deserted by everyone, and no one will stand up for you anymore. Master Green, do you know why? Because you are a heartless coward. Because you don't care about your brothers' lives at all." Du Qing looked at the great demon and said, "Did Lord 13 teach you to say these words?" I said it, said a hoarse male voice. The man was tall, nearly 2 meters in height. And because of his fat body, when he walked, he was like a lofty moving mountain. His head was smooth and shiny under the illumination of the white light above his head. Behind Lord 13, a group of black-clothed men were coming over. Du Qing looked at the black-clothed men and smiled. Old Kai, Kai Fu, Fire Boss, Zhang Sheng, they all say that I, Du Qing, have 3 great guardians and 8 great Vajrapani. Now one of the 3 great Vajrapani is here, and 3 of the 8 great Vajrapani are here. Lord 13, is everyone here? The black-clothed men were a bit ashamed, some of them looked away, unwilling to meet Du Qing's eyes. They didn't come to protect Du Qing, but to stop him. Lord 13 stood in front of the crowd with his large leather shoes, looking down at Du Qing and asked, "How long have we known each other?" 22 years, Du Qing answered. 22 years, 7 months, and 8 days, Lord 13 said. Do you know why I remember this date so clearly? Because on this day, 22 years, 7 months, and 8 days, you and I were still carrying bags at the docks. Because I was the strongest, the fastest, and earned the most money. The foreman was jealous and wanted to deduct my pay, so I argued with him and was almost beaten to death by them. It was you who single-handedly charged into the crowd with a kitchen knife and pulled me back from under their punches and kicks. If it weren't for you, my corpse would have sunk into the sea that day. From that day on, I, Du Qing, made up my mind to do anything for you, Du Qing. If you said you wanted to kill, I went to sharpen my knife. If you said you wanted to go into the sea of fire, I went to get wet. If you said you wanted me to do it, I did it for you. If you gave me an order, I would kill for you without fear of death. Although I'm the 13th child in my family, I only have you as my big brother in my heart, and I only recognize you. When we first came out to conquer the world, countless people wanted to step on us, countless gangs wanted to destroy us. We killed our way through, prayed to Buddha, and finally sought refuge under Li Siyuan, the leader of Qinghong. Only then did we truly settle down, and only then did we truly get the chance to display our skills. Qinghong has a lot of troubles. Many people in and out of the sect wanted to step on you, but who stood up for you? Some people secretly played dirty tricks, and who brought their brothers to chase after them for dozens of miles. Later, Boss Li died of illness, and countless people in Qinghong wanted to take over. Who helped you get the throne under your butt? Who made you the #1 person in Qinghong? Du Qing looked at Lord 13 and said, "So? Is this the reason why you betrayed me?" "I never wanted to betray you. Even if I'm standing in front of you now, I never thought of betraying you." Lord 13 said with an agitated expression, "But Lord Qing, my big brother, tell me, what are you planning to do? Tell me the truth, are you planning to give up on our brothers? Those brothers who fought with us all the way, but now they've become an eyesore." Du Qing sneered and said, "This is the reason why you gathered to stop me?" "I don't think so. Lord Qing, now that things have come to this, are you still not willing to give us a clear answer?" Lord 13 said with a gloomy expression, "Our brothers risked their lives for you, and we've taken on countless scapegoats for you. We just want justice, we just want to ask for an explanation. Did you think that our brothers were an eyesore, so you casually got rid of them?" Du Qing sighed and said, "Old 13, it's been so many years, but you've never been good at scheming. You're a valiant general, and no one in Qinghong is your match. Fighting and killing are your forte, so why do you have to sacrifice your forte?" Du Qing looked at the Qinghong subordinate standing behind Lord 13 and said, "Everything happened too suddenly, and it hasn't even been 5 hours since it started. My brothers, in such a short time, you've already gathered to rebel against me, and the reason for your betrayal is that I want to give up on my brothers. What I want to know is, who told you that I want to give up on you? Who told you that I'm not going to save them?" Du Qing said angrily, and his aura was extremely imposing. Everyone's eyes avoided his gaze. If you want to incriminate someone, there's always a reason. It's just that someone offered a good price, and you guys want to make your betrayal seem more justified. We're all brothers, so there's no need for this kind of hypocrisy, right? We've all been in the same boat for so many years, so who doesn't know each other? Looks like Master Qing isn't willing to give everyone an explanation. It's no longer important whether I give you an explanation or not. No matter what I say or do, you guys won't believe me now. Du Qing sneered. Now is the time for you to give the people behind you an explanation, isn't it? Master Qing, then please forgive us for being rude. Lord 13 waved his hand, and the men in black behind him pushed forward step by step, forcing Du Qing and Liya into the parking lot. There was no space for them to move or retreat. Don't worry, we'll definitely give Master Qing some face. Being betrayed by the people you rely on, this kind of thing in itself is quite shameful. Du Qing said. Du Qing clapped his hands, and the brick wall behind him was pushed to the ground with a rumble. A large circular hole suddenly appeared on the wall between this independent parking lot and the big parking lot. It was a hole that had been opened before. Whoosh! Countless men in black rushed out from the hole, and with sharp weapons in their hands, they pressed in the direction of Lord 13 and the others. They lined up in front of Du Qing and the others, and glared at Lord 13 and the others. The blades in their hands flashed with a frightening cold light. It's Brother De Chao and the others, Green Wolf, isn't he in the hospital? And Xiao Dao, he's also back. Deep in the crowd, Du Qing's tired voice sounded, brothers killing each other is the most tragic thing in the world. There's no winner in this battle, and when we're facing each other, we're already the losers. The conspirators are hateful, but the greedy ones are equally unforgivable. Since you've chosen to take this step, your brotherhood has been lost, and you've all become Qing Hong's traitors, then let this end here. Du Qing's voice disappeared, and the rows of men in black in front of him began to charge forward. Very quickly, the two sides began to fight. Liya had been protected by Du Qing, and when she saw the two sides fighting fiercely, she looked at Du Qing with a face full of shock and said, "Uncle, you already knew that Lord 13 and the others would betray you?" "I didn't know." Du Qing said, "I only guessed. The outside world is in chaos, and there will naturally be all kinds of hidden dangers. It's just like how you only have a cold, but when your body is weak, every kind of germ in the air will become your enemy." Liya understood what Du Qing meant. When Flower City suddenly had so many bad things that were closely related to Qing Hong, he already had a sense of danger. The most powerful people around him were also the people who were most likely to betray him. Thus, he made some preparations for this. And these preparations happened to save their lives. What happened to the brotherly bond? What happened to their mutual trust? Chapter 5:14. Green Wolf brought a few of his trusted subordinates to protect Du Qing and Liya as they boarded a black Land Rover. Then, he personally got into the driver's seat, started the car, and dashed out. Seeing the steel monster charging towards the battlefield, both sides quickly opened up a path. Someone used the knife in his hand as a weapon to smash the Land Rover, but it was repelled by the tough body of the car. Clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. Knives and sticks flew everywhere, and the scene was a mess. After the Land Rover escaped, the two teams quickly got entangled again. Knives and sticks were waved, and the flames of war were reignited. Only when they got out of the clear sky building did Liya recover from the thrilling scene just now. She said angrily, "I didn't expect Master Lu San to have evil intentions. I always thought he was the most trustworthy person in Qing Hong." Du Qing's face was solemn as he said, "History has proven that most of the rebels are the ones with the most hope to take the crown." Liya nodded and said, "Indeed. If something happens to Uncle, Lu San can naturally take over Qing Hong's brothers and business. He looks loyal on the surface, but he's treacherous in his bones. This kind of person is the most vicious and cunning. He's just unwilling to be satisfied with the current situation." Du Qing sighed softly. 13 fought with me for the world. We fought with knives and blood, and made great achievements. However, a general has to fight. What kind of general is a general if he doesn't fight? Now that the traces of Qing Hung are fading, it's the modernized Clear Sky group that has soared to the sky. 13 is a hot-blooded person with no place to spill his blood. He hides in the huge shadow of Clear Sky group. Even some newly recruited talents can show their skills and get flowers and applause. 13 has almost been forgotten by people. It's understandable that he has resentment in his heart. Leah sighed and said, "Those who can't keep up with the times can only be abandoned by the times. When I was young, Uncle told me the story of the brave and the clown. When the enemy attacked, the brave waved his spear and went into battle. The clown hid behind the crowd and laughed. He pointed at the brave warriors who were bathed in blood on the battlefield and shouted, 'There was a thorn in his foot.' The brave charged in front, and the clown nitpicked at the back. Lu San is that nitpicking clown. He can't integrate himself into this society, but he can't accept the achievements of others. For so many years, his uncle had never mistreated them and treated them as his real brothers. But how did they treat him? Gather against uncle, murder uncle. If her uncle died tonight and they took over the Green Cloud Group, what would they do to the Green Cloud Group? Do they have the ability to control such a modern company? Leah, remember, don't think of yourself as too smart, and don't think of your opponent as too stupid. The reason why they can become our opponents is because they have the intelligence to match us, Du Qing said with a serious expression. Aren't we facing the same crisis now? Uncle, I understand. Leah nodded her head. The car drove all the way to the west. After getting on the main road, the traffic gradually increased. Just when Leah thought that they were out of danger, the green wolf in front suddenly reported, "Master Qing, we are being followed." Du Qing frowned and asked, "Do you know who they are?" "I don't know yet," Green Wolf said. "But they're very stealthy. They're only following us from afar, they don't seem to have any intention of getting closer." A fierce glint flashed in Du Qing's eyes as he said, "The reason why the wolf isn't in a hurry to get close to its prey is because it's waiting for the best time to strike. These people think that we're already their prey, so they're slowly following behind us. They know that we can't escape. Master Qing, should we shake them off?" Green Wolf asked. "Let's give it a try." Du Qing said. "Let's beat them up. Who knows, they might be our friends." Receiving the order, Green Wolf suddenly sped up. The Land Rover's generator roared as the wheels rolled on the ground. Du Qingdi looked through the rearview mirror and saw a black Toyota speeding up as well. It was as if it was biting its tail, unwilling to let go. Green Wolf sped up again, overtaking the cars in front of him one after another. The black Toyota didn't want to be outdone either and also overtook its opponent. In fact, their speed and driving skills were much better than Green Wolf's. The Toyota was getting closer and closer. Very soon, the two cars were driving side by side. Du Qing looked through the window. The opposite window was completely dark, so he couldn't see anyone inside. "Speed up again," Du Qing said. Green Wolf slammed on the accelerator, and the Land Rover charged forward like a mad bull. The car shook more and more violently. Green Wolf gripped the steering wheel tightly. If he wasn't careful, the steering wheel would spin and the front of the car might crash into the railings on both sides of the road. Du Qing saw that the Toyota didn't want to be outdone either. It was still following them closely. Bang! The car shook slightly. The feeling wasn't clear. It could just be that his heart missed a beat. However, Du Qing sensed danger, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. "Green Wolf," Du Qing shouted. "Master Qing." Green Wolf held the steering wheel with both hands and kept overtaking the cars, not daring to relax. "What's your order?" "Turn to Harbor Road," Du Qing said in a low voice. "Master Qing," Green Wolf panicked and reminded, "Harbor Road is too secluded. It's not good for us to break out." "Who said we're breaking out?" Du Qing asked. Green Wolf didn't dare to refute Du Qing's order. At the crossroad in front, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and the car sped towards Harbor Road. At the end of Harbor Road was the sea. To the east was the seafood pier, and to the west was the Plum Creek scenic area. The harbor road was cold and gloomy. Other than the pale street lights, there were no cars or pedestrians. Du Qing told Green Wolf to drive the car on this road. If the Toyota behind them stopped, then both sides would have to fight to the death. Green Wolf had already thought of this possibility. He took out a long knife from his waist. If those people dared to come close, he would stab them in the head. Leah didn't understand Du Qing's intention, but she also took out a small silver gun from her waist. There were 3 bullets in the gun. No matter what, she wanted to help her uncle reduce some of his burden. The other man in black in the passenger seat was called Xiao Dao. He was one of the 8 great warriors by Du Qing's side. According to seniority, he was far ahead of Green Wolf. Green Wolf was one of Qing Heng's new idols. He was discovered by Du Qing by chance and slowly became a hired thug. Xiao Dao's arm was wrapped in gauze. Because he moved too much, the wound was torn open again. The gauze and his clothes were also dyed red with blood. He turned to look at Du Qing and said, "Master Qing, there are a few bastards who betrayed us, don't take it to heart. How you treat us brothers, we will all remember it. I'll say goodbye to Master Qing here. If I don't come back, I'll have to ask Master Qing to take care of my family." "You won't die," Du Qing clenched his teeth and said, "They're the ones who should die, Master Qing." Xiao Dao smiled and said, "It's my good fortune to die for you. I, Xiao Dao, have never admired anyone in my life. Only Master Qing can make me admire you." "Green Wolf, stop the car, I'll block them for a bit." "Brother Dao, I told you to stop the car, are you deaf?" Xiao Dao angrily scolded him. "Xiao Dao, don't be rash," Du Qing lowered his voice and said. Then Du Qing suddenly shouted, "Green Wolf, stop the car." Screech, Green Wolf didn't even think and stepped on the brakes. Screech, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through metal came from the roof of the car. A black-clothed man was thrown onto the windshield in front of the car due to the sudden braking. The black-clothed man grabbed the rearview mirror with one hand and a long blade in the other. He held the long blade and fiercely stabbed at the windshield. Bang! This Land Rover was custom-made, the windows were made according to bulletproof standards. Although the black-clothed man was strong, the long blade in his hand couldn't pierce through the glass. Even so, under his attack, the entire car shook. Green Wolf broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect a black-clothed monster to be hiding on top of the car. They didn't even know when he climbed up. If he stopped the car and let Xiao Dao get off, the moment Xiao Dao opened the door, his head would have been cut off by the black-clothed man. Xiao Dao was even more terrified. After he calmed down, he raged and cursed, "This lowly bastard, I'll kill you with one slash." He pushed the car door open and slashed at the black-clothed man on top of the windshield. The black-clothed man was as agile as a swallow. With a roll, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Green Wolf, be careful," Du Qing anxiously shouted and pounced forward. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The car door was pierced by the long blade. At the same time, the side of Green Wolf's abdomen was also pierced. The black-clothed man's head appeared from the side of the car window. His exposed eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. He held the long blade in his hand and was about to stab it again when Leah raised her gun and shot at him. Die, die, Leah pulled the trigger with all her might, emptying the 3 bullets in the silver gun in one go. However, the black-clothed man disappeared again. He came and went without a trace. He was a Japanese martial artist. Chapter 5:15. Get off! Du Qing shouted. He pushed open the door on the left and was the first to jump out. Leah also got off the car and followed closely behind Du Qing. Xiao Dao raised his blade and searched for the black-clothed man's figure. He looked at the roof and the chassis of the car, but he still could not find the whereabouts of the murderer. This black-clothed man was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, and could freely hide his body. Whiz! A long saber stabbed towards Little Knife's heart from the back. The black-clothed man had actually sneaked into the Land Rover without anyone noticing, and from the back seat that Li Ya and the rest had just left, he attacked Xiao Dao, who had his back pressed against the car door without any defense. Xiao Dao, be careful, Li Ya just happened to turn around and saw this shocking scene. But the black-clothed man's speed was too fast. Just as she opened her mouth, the blade had already pierced out. Before she could finish her warning, the blade was already about to pierce into Xiao Dao's body. Baka, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with red light. To him, killing was an extremely exciting thing. Fortunately, he was still unable to stab the long blade into Xiao Dao's body. Because when Xiao Dao's life was in danger, Du Qing rushed over and pushed him away. Hiss, the long blade pierced through the air, and could only stir up a mass of air. Du Qing's body rushed towards the black-clothed man, and punched towards his face that was wearing a black hood. The black-clothed man's body shrunk back into the back of the car, and with a peng sound, he jumped out from the other side of the car door. This battle happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Only then did the black Toyota that had been following them stop next to the Land Rover. The car door was pushed open, and a man in a black suit and a man in the same black suit walked out of the car. To them, the 4 people in front of them were already 4 corpses, and there was no need to hide their identities. Master Qing, we meet again. The man in the black suit stood in front of Du Qing and said with a smile. Chen Yusen, you dog, Du Qing scolded angrily, you had just graduated from university and had nothing. Who promoted you to your current position? Now you and Lu Shisan betrayed me together. Master Qing, please don't misunderstand. Chen Yusen hurriedly explained, I'm not on the same side as Lord 13. To be honest, if you didn't tell me that Lord 13 and the others had betrayed you, I wouldn't have known that such a thing had happened. Lord 13 is really a good-for-nothing. Lord Qing treated him like a brother, so how could he do such an ungrateful thing? What's the difference between you and Lu Shisan? That's a big difference. Chen Yusen said with a serious expression, Master Qing, I will always remember your kindness to me, and I will never dare to forget it. However, these Japanese friends had paid a large sum of money, and their only request was for me to help them find Master Qing. I didn't think it was a big deal. That's why I brought them to guard the underground parking lot of Clear Sky Building. I think that Master Qing would need to take a car to get off work, right? As expected, we managed to guard it. Chen Yusen turned to look at the 2 men in black beside him and said, as for what they're going to do next, it has nothing to do with me. Master Qing, I've always been on your side. Shameless. Li Ya gritted her teeth and scolded. Because of the special members of Qing Hong, the people of Clear Sky Building loved to talk about loyalty and righteousness. Every single one of them was loyal and devoted, and every single one of them claimed to be supremely righteous. When Clear Sky Building was developing rapidly, such words did sound joyous, and made people happy from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Yusen was one of the opportunists. Chen Yusen went to Clear Sky Group to apply for a job right after graduating from university. That was the peak period for university students, and it was extremely difficult to find a job for graduates. Chen Yusen majored in legal affairs, and as a fresh graduate from law school, what good job could be waiting for him? His life was tight, and his girlfriend broke up with him and went to Beijing. Coincidentally, his mother was going to have a heart operation. Calamities came one after another, and his frail body couldn't bear it at all. When he wanted to ask the company for a year's salary in advance, he argued with the head of the company's finance department. Coincidentally, he was discovered by Du Qing, who was inspecting the company. Du Qing asked about the situation, and not only did he not blame him, he even asked the finance department to give him 3 years' salary. Du Qing had a long talk with him. Chen Yusen, who had graduated from law school, was highly regarded by Du Qing, and he also said countless times that he was a loyal dog raised by Master Qing, and that he would bite whoever Master Qing told him to bite. But, a friend in need is a friend indeed. When Clear Sky Building was in danger, people with ulterior motives and all kinds of people wearing all kinds of masks would jump out. Lu Shisan was like that, and so was Chin Yusin. Miss Liya, I've always admired you. It's just that you've never been willing to look me in the eye. Chin Yusin sighed and said, if you had accepted my pursuit and become my girlfriend earlier, how would things have ended up like this? When you're besieged on all sides and in danger, at least I'll stand firmly by your side and shield you from the wind and rain, because I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Liya said with a cold smile. What a proud woman. Unfortunately, Chen Yusin pointed at the two men in black next to him and said, they don't know how to be gentle with women like me. If they do anything to you, it'll be too late for regrets. Seeing Chen Yusin and Du Qing arguing fiercely about something and pointing at the two of them from time to time, the two Chunin ninjas who crossed the sea looked at each other, feeling a strong sense of wariness in their hearts. What are they talking about? Mitsui Playboy asked in a low voice using ninja lingo. Could it be that they're discussing terms? Koizumi answered with a face full of anger. If he can accept our bribe, he will also accept the price of others. That Du Qing is 100 times wealthier than us. What an untamed wild dog, Mitsui Playboy said angrily. He held the long sword in his hand and suddenly turned 90 degrees. Screech, the long sword in his hand pierced into Chin Yusin's abdomen. The smile on Chin Yusin's face froze. He looked at the long sword in his abdomen and the blood gushing out of it in disbelief. He asked in Japanese, why, we hate traitors, Mitsui Playboy said with a look of disdain. We don't understand what you're talking about with your previous master, but we can't accept betrayal, so it's safest for you to die. Chen Yusin reached out his hand, trying to grab something. But he didn't have the strength to grab anything. Mitsui Playboy suddenly pulled out his long sword, and Chin Yusin's body fell to the ground like a lifeless wooden puppet. Mitsui Playboy swung the long sword that was dripping with blood and glared at Du Qing viciously. He said in Japanese, insulting the sword god is the same as insulting us Japanese martial artists. We can only use your blood to wash away the insult that the sword god's descendant has suffered. Mitsui Playboy's body disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Du Qing. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the small knife in front of Du Qing. He had to kill these small fries first before he could get rid of Du Qing. Although the process was a little complicated, he believed that it wouldn't take too much time. Smack! Mitsui Playboy's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and he fell to the ground with a thud. After Mitsui Playful charged out, Koizumi Bukaku chased after him. However, Mitsui Playboy was thrown back the moment he made his move. Koizumi, who was halfway through his charge, could only retreat in a hurry. Koizumi looked at Du Qing in shock. Could there be a peerless martial artist hidden in their group? Very soon, Koizumi noticed something strange. Because there was one more person in the group of prey. It was a very young man. Fang Yan walked out from behind Du Qing and stood in front of Du Qing, Liya, and the rest with his thin but not weak body. He looked at Xiao Quan with disdain and said, you've set such a heavy bait, but you only got 2 small fishes. It's really disappointing. Koizumi didn't understand the Huaxia language. Of course, if he could understand the Huaxia language, he wouldn't have bribed Chin Yusin to help him find Du Qing's whereabouts. However, he could see the ridicule in Fang Yan's eyes. If Fang Yan knew what he was thinking, he would have explained it to him. Fang Yan really didn't mean to ridicule him. He just despised him a lot. He had spent so much time and invested so many cameos, but he only caught 2 small fish. Wasn't it too unfulfilling? You wanted to blow up a dinosaur, but you only killed a fly. You wanted to kill a goddess with a single shot, but you ended up killing a psycho. Fang Yan felt wronged, alright? As a warrior, he could die, but he couldn't bear to be ridiculed. Xiao Quan bowed disrespectfully, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! Like a meteor, he dashed into Fang Yan's palm. That's right, his neck was in Fang Yan's hand. It was as if he was the one who rushed over to die. Koizumi stared at Fang Yan with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with horror and disbelief. He clearly wanted to sneak behind Fang Yan and stab him in the back from the heart. Although he had a poor sense of direction, it was a straight-line attack, and the distance between them was less than 5 meters. There were no obstacles in the way. He didn't think he could get lost to this extent. How did he accidentally fall into someone else's palm? Killing you will only dirty my hands. Fang Yan stared at Koizumi's ugly face with disdain. Although Koizumi was wearing a hood and only his eyes were exposed, in Fang Yan's eyes, he was definitely not a handsome guy. No matter how handsome he was, he couldn't be as handsome as him. Koizumi looked at Fang Yan in confusion. Big brother, what are you talking about? Can't you speak Japanese? Can't you find a translator? The language barrier is killing me. But if I don't kill you, it will hurt my heart, said Fang Yan. Crack. Fang Yan's fingers exerted a little force, and Koizumi's head drooped lifelessly. Chapter 5:16. Ninjas appear and disappear unpredictably, but they are not real ghosts or gods. This is not the first time that Fang Yan has come into contact with ninjas. Qing Yin, a disciple of the Chiba army, is a very skilled ninja. Moreover, it is easy to get the superior ninja, which is also known as the wisdom ninja. In that kind of narrow KTV room, they can do many unimaginable things. At that time, the presence of Jiang Qin, Yuan Lin, and Xia Xia really caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yan. However, even a ninja of that level is not a match for Fang Yan at all. Not to mention these two idiots who should have just been promoted to Chunin not long ago. This time, he set up such a big trap and made such a big movement, but he only attracted these two small fish? Fang Yan is very disappointed, so he naturally has some dislike for these two brats. Trash like you have the nerve to jump around in Huaxia. Unfortunately, the two Japanese did not understand Fang Yan's thoughts at this time, or they would definitely reduce their grievances. It is said that it is difficult to become a Jonin out of 1,000 ninjas, but a Chunin must at least stand out from hundreds of ninjas to have such qualifications. Not just anyone can be promoted. Chunin is also very precious, okay? How can you not treat the village chief as a cadre? Fang Yan very flexibly broke Koizumi's neck, then step by step, he walked towards Mitsui Playboy who has fallen to the ground and hasn't yet got up. With Mitsui Playboy's strength, he was only thrown away, but his body may have already adjusted the angle in mid-air and landed steadily. Even if he accidentally fell to the ground, he has already agilely climbed up from the ground. Can a guy who is not flexible enough become a glorious ninja? That would never happen. But Mitsui Playboy has been lying on the ground, still has no chance to get up. Of course, this has nothing to do with Mitsui Playboy, but because when Fang Yan threw him away, he locked his Tianju acupoint, causing his whole body to lose strength for a moment. Then, she used her soft force to attack his body, destroying all the vital parts of his body. It could be said that Fang Yan had turned Mitsui Playboy into a cripple after a brief encounter. This was also the reason why Mitsui Playboy was unable to get up. Fang Yan stood in front of Mitsui Playboy and looked down at him. Mitsui Playboy was shouting something with an excited expression. Fang Yan did not understand Japanese, and there was no way to translate what he was saying. Maybe he was begging for mercy, saying that he was wrong and that he had a wife in the middle. Who would care about that? Leah looked at Fang Yan in shock. Was this the Fang Yan she knew? The one with the cheeky face, the one with 2 dimples on his face when he smiled, the one who liked to sneak glances at beautiful women, but would be a little shy when he was discovered? Previously, Leah did not have a clear understanding of him, and only felt that he was a somewhat special big boy. Even in her eyes, Fang Yan was not a mature and charming man. The current Fang Yan made her feel strong, safe, and dangerous. Because of Fang Yan's gaze, although he was calm most of the time, and even had a faint smile on his face. However, when a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, that kind of feeling was frightening. It was as if a sheep had suddenly turned into a wolf, or an earthworm had suddenly turned into a poisonous snake. Leah finally understood why her uncle Du Qing told her not to provoke Fang Yan. It was better to avoid such a man. He was a pervert. Fang Yan raised his foot and was about to step on Mitsui Playboy when Du Qing stopped him and said, "Young master, leave it to me." Du Qing took out a dagger from his bosom and squatted down. Ignoring Mitsui Playboy's angry and frightened eyes, he stabbed the dagger into Mitsui Playboy's heart. Mitsui Playboy's body suddenly stiffened, and then no longer had any signs of life. Du Qing took the handkerchief that Leah handed over and wiped the blood on his palm. He smiled and said, "This kind of small fry, don't dirty young master's hands." In the past, Du Qing and Fang Yan called each other brother, but after the secret discussion at the Thousand Leaves Tea House, he began to learn from others and call Fang Yan young master. To be honest, Fang Yan was not used to this kind of address. "Our family is not a wealthy family, why are we called young master? You can call me handsome guy or something, at least that way people will feel that the name is true to its name and not hypocritical." Fang Yan looked at Du Qing and asked with concern, "Big brother Du, are you alright?" Fortunately, young master came in time. "I'm fine," Du Qing said with a smile. He pointed at Green Wolf, who was being helped out of the car by Xiao Dao, and said, "It's just that this brother's injuries are more serious." Fang Yan nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine." Du Qing walked to Xiao Dao's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Xiao Dao excitedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master Qing, I'll take care of this." Du Qing solemnly patted his shoulder and said, "I'll take care of your family. No matter when you come back, I'll reserve a place for you by my side." This was a promise. Any lackey who was willing to take care of the boss's matters would receive a very generous compensation after they came out. This was also why lackeys felt that taking care of the boss's matters was a good thing. Green Wolf looked at Xiao Dao enviously and said, "Master Qing, I'll take care of this with Brother Dao." Du Qing shook his head and said, "Your injuries are very serious. Very soon, someone will send you to the hospital for treatment. I also need someone by my side to help. You stay outside and help me." The lackey slapped Green Wolf's shoulder and scolded with a smile, "You brat, you still want to take credit from me? Be careful or I'll break your bones." I don't dare, Green Wolf repeatedly apologized. Not long after, two more black off-road vehicles drove over. One car picked up Green Wolf and sent him to the hospital for treatment, while the other car picked up Du Qing, Fang Yan, and the others. After they were far away, Xiao Dao called the police. Leah sat in the front passenger seat, while Fang Yan and Du Qing sat side by side at the back of the car. The off-road vehicle was very spacious, so the two of them didn't feel cramped at all. After a long period of silence, Du Qing's phone rang. He smiled apologetically at Fang Yan, then took out his phone from his pocket and answered. Very quickly, he hung up and looked at Fang Yan and said, "The dust has settled." Fang Yan nodded and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brother Du, for successfully reducing your burden." Leah's body trembled, but she resisted the urge to turn around and look. She didn't think that the truth would be even crueler than she had imagined. "Ha," Du Qing sighed softly. "We're all brothers, I can't bear to do this. Qing Yun isn't just your blood and sweat, it's everyone's blood and sweat." Fang Yan comforted him with a gentle voice, "Times have changed, some things need to be put to rest. For Qing Yun, Qing Hong is a heavy burden, since he can't adapt to this era, he can only abandon him. Only then can Qing Yun have an even more glorious and brilliant future." Du Qing nodded and said, "To be honest, all these years, I haven't had a good night's sleep." "Why?" "Because Qing Yun's development is too fast. If it was just like before, I wouldn't be so worried. But, as it develops better and better, I feel like it has become a bomb that can explode at any time. At that time, not only me, but also the brothers who have followed me for so many years, will be blown to smithereens. But, it's a market economy now. Everything has its own rules, and human strength can't force it. I can't stop Qing Yun's development. In the sea of business, if we don't advance, we'll fall behind. If we don't develop, we'll be eaten up by our competitors. What can I do? I can only lead them to charge forward. On one hand, I'm worried, but on the other hand, I have to do my best to compete, develop, and make money. Master, you haven't been in watching these years, so you don't know a lot of things. I haven't shown my face in public for the past few years, and I rarely show my face in public. Why? It's because I'm afraid that people will remember my face. If you remember my face, won't you be eyeing the green cloud group under my name? Chaoga mentioned this before, Fang Yan said with emotion. She said that you haven't had it easy all these years. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your understanding and appreciation. Miss Lu hasn't had it easy all these years, she's a rare heroine. I must treat her to a meal if I have the chance. Du Qing said gratefully, I thought that if I don't show up, I just need to keep a low profile, and people won't pay attention to me. That's what I thought, but those people just won't let me go. You're dragged into this because of me, Fang Yan said guiltily. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have dragged you into this. Maybe Qing Yun is still Qing Yun, and doesn't need to suffer such pain. It's true that it started because of you, but I don't blame you. On the contrary, I want to be grateful to you. Du Qing shook his head and said, I'm hiding like a turtle, but when will this kind of life end? Qing Yun can either not develop, or if it continues to develop at this pace or at a faster speed than it is now, it will touch the core interests of some people sooner or later. At that time, will they let Qing Yun Group snatch food from the tiger's mouth? They will cut Qing Yun into pieces, exposing Qing Yun's heart and liver to the sun. It's very easy for them to do this kind of thing. So, when you told me at the Thousand Leaves Tea House that you would give me what I needed urgently and what I couldn't imagine, I didn't have any room to refuse. I knew what I needed urgently. But at that time, I didn't know what I couldn't imagine. Even if we don't do it, others will. Fang Yan said with a smile, instead of letting others dig out Qing Yun's heart and liver, you might as well break your own limbs. Chapter 5:17. That's right. Du Qing deeply agreed with Fang Yan's words. If we do it ourselves, at least the situation will be under control. The plot is designed by us, and the actors are arranged by us. The story is also the story we want. Fang Yan looked at the lights outside the window and said softly, from now on, Qing Yun can finally go into battle lightly, and Big Brother Du can also sleep well. Du Qing shook his head and said, if there is a sacrifice, there must be a sacrifice. I personally sent my life and death brothers out, and in the future, I'm afraid that I will wake up from nightmares again and again. They won't forgive me, and I can't forgive myself. Life is helpless. I can only try to be optimistic. Fang Yan patted Du Qing's shoulder and said, stop by the side of the road. Ga. The car stopped by the side of the road. Fang Yan got off the car and waved his hand at the car. The car started up again. Du Qing sat alone in the back of the carriage, his face as gloomy as the sky outside. Leah looked at Du Qing's face through the rearview mirror. At this time, Du Qing made her feel extremely unfamiliar. Du Qing finally came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. He opened the window a crack and allowed the fishy smell of the night wind to hit his face and said, ask whatever you want to ask. The 13th Master is a good person, isn't he? Leah asked. He's my best brother. Du Qing said in a deep voice. I only saved him once, and he gave me his life. Did the two of you discuss this? You two deliberately instigated those brothers? Leah's voice rose a little. There were complaints in her heart, and there was anger in her heart. Those who were fighting were all her brothers, brothers who had gone through life and death with them. Even if they were real brothers, how much could they give up for each other? But, those brothers of theirs, they were willing to die for their big brother. Du Qing fiercely took a drag of the cigarette, allowing the smoke to pass through his lungs and then out of his nostrils. Only then did he feel slightly more comfortable. He looked at Li Ya's excited face and said, "You should have already understood the conversation between me and Fang Yan just now." "I don't understand." Li Ya said with red eyes, "Uncle, must we do this? Must they kill each other? Must we kick them out? This is the best choice and the only choice." Du Qing's voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, "This time, the majority of those expelled are old brothers who fought with me to conquer the world. To make such a choice, do you think I feel good in my heart? However, if we don't do this, the entire Green Cloud sect will face a calamity, just because someone caused a few troubles. Just because of the media's condemnation. Li Ya, you are too emotional." Du Qing said softly, "I am as sad as you, but my choice will not be wrong, uncle. I know your choice won't be wrong." "How could you be wrong? You started your career in your teens and have been in Jianghu for decades. What kind of storms have you not experienced? What kind of crafty plot could deceive you? I know uncle is very, very powerful, and you have always been my idol. In my heart, you are the most charming man. However, what I find hard to accept is that those people who called us brothers yesterday were thrown into the rubbish bin by you in the blink of an eye. You are not that kind of person." Du Qing took another puff and flicked the remaining half of the cigarette out of the window. "Green Cloud's predecessor is Qing Hong. You know better than me what Qing Hong does," Du Qing said in a low voice. "Before I took over, Qing Hong already existed. How many dirty and evil things did Qing Hong do? How much blood and human lives did Qing Hong stain itself with? But those things were not done by you. After you took over Green Cloud's sect, you have never done those things," Li Ya retorted. "Yes." Du Qing nodded. "You know about these things, 13 also knows about these things. But, do the people outside know? Do they know that those things in the past have nothing to do with me? Even if they know that those things have nothing to do with me, are they willing to believe it? That is Qing Hong's original sin. After I took over as the leader of Qing Hong, it also became the original sin that I have to bear. If there is a conflict between the two sides, if there is a conflict of interest between us and them, would they be willing to let go of such a good point of attack? That is a target, our most fatal weakness. As long as they are willing, they can stab us with a knife and take our lives at any time. We don't even have the chance to retaliate. What have I been doing all these years? But, can we do that? Xiaoya, Qing Hong is my starting point, it is a part of my body. But Green Cloud is my everything, it is also my future. I will not allow anything to happen to him. I will not allow the business empire that I built up brick by brick to collapse overnight. That kind of blow is too heavy, I can't take it. We can discuss with them, we can communicate with them. Is there any use in discussing? Is there any use in communicating? Du Qing shook his head. Back then when I closed down those black businesses, how much of a retaliation did I receive? Once, when my car exploded, I almost lost my life. Do you still remember? When I transferred those gray businesses out, how did they resist me? What crazy things did they do down there? Because those businesses were too profitable, the benefits were enough to make them go crazy, they would do anything for it. Those people could only rely on that to live. Other than that, they have nothing. How do you discuss with them? How do you communicate with them? Is there any use in discussing? Is there any use in communicating? Without sufficient compensation, unable to come up with businesses that are equal or more profitable, are they willing to accept a settlement? Li Ya, you have also talked to some of them. Have they accepted your plan to settle them down? The undercurrent is surging, I have seen all of these things. At that time, I was not in a hurry, because the general situation was in my hands, and a large number of brothers supported me. Moreover, I have not been able to make up my mind to clean up. You waited until Du Chun got into trouble before you made up your mind? That's right. Du Chun was the catalyst that made me make up my mind. Du Qing said without hesitation, since they threw Du Chun out as a test, it means that they already have the idea and plan to eradicate us. I know too well what kind of person that man is. if he wants, he can easily push us down into the abyss, let us fall to pieces, and never be able to rise again. So all these years, you deliberately surrounded the 13th Lord, making them think that the 13th Lord is on their side. They surrounded and united around the 13th Lord. Through the 13th Lord's eyes and mouth, you know every word that those traitors say, and everything that they do. They are a group of loaches that have long been in the pot of water. The reason why they are still jumping and rolling is because you have not ignited the fire outside. Now that the time is right, you let the 13th Lord suddenly throw a big fire, and all of them are roasted. There is no possibility of escape. Du Qing sighed softly, his voice was infinitely sad as he said, "Little Ya, I have no children. You also know about Du Chun's situation. His ability is not enough to control Green Cloud Group. In the future, Green Cloud Group can only be entrusted to you. It is fine when I am alive, but if I am not here, or if I wait until I am old and can no longer watch over them, with your soft-hearted personality, how can you be a match for those people? They will tear you apart alive." Leah was silent. She knew that what her uncle said was the truth. He had also told her more than once to be prepared. To be prepared to take over Green Cloud Group. Because other than herself, he did not have anyone else. Leah also knew that everything her uncle did was for Green Cloud Group. A green cloud that could go into battle lightly, a green cloud that could be freely controlled. It was just that this feeling was really very uncomfortable. Perhaps, this was the world of men. The 13th Lord, the reason why the 13th Lord is willing to stand up, is for me and for you, Du Qing said softly. He watched you grow up, he treats you like his own daughter, he will stand up and take responsibility for everything. Leah's eyes reddened, she said, "The 13th Lord, where is he?" "He went to turn himself in," Du Qing said. "The call I received just now was from him. He has already arranged everything. Do you think the truth is too cruel?" Du Qing laughed silently. "I also think it's very cruel. Those incidents, the various incidents that happened against our Qing Hong, were they all orchestrated by you and the 13th Lord?" "That's not it," Du Qing shook his head. "Those were done by someone else. They just started, and we immediately cooperated with them to finish the show. They must be very satisfied, right? Is Lord Hu not going to save them?" Du Qing did not answer Leah's question, he only looked at her with a deep gaze. There was an endless amount of things contained within. Leah understood, Lord Hu had also been abandoned. This was a game of 3 kingdoms, some were loyal officials, some were spies, some were traitors, some were masters, and Du Qing and Fang Yan were the manipulators of this game. Chapter 518. Pa. The teacup in his hand smashed against the wall. Interesting. Really interesting. Jiang Junling's face was extremely gloomy, cold lightning flashed in his eyes. He failed again and again, and suffered setbacks again and again. Even with his ability to control his emotions, he was a bit annoyed. What is this? This is failure. For Jiang Junling, failure was the hardest thing to accept. It was like Fang Yan slapping him again and again, and he didn't even have the space to dodge. Li Yun sighed softly, put down the teacup in her hand, and began to clean up the porcelain shards on the carpet. Seeing Li Yun's plump buttocks when she bent down, Jiang Junling also knew that his behavior was too irrational. He walked over and pulled Li Yun up, smiled and said, "Aunt, I don't dare to let you do this kind of rough work. If Grandpa knew, he would scold me for not respecting my elders." Li Yun threw the porcelain shards in her hand into the trash can and said, "What's this? It's not like I haven't done this kind of thing before." "Fine, if you say you don't want to do it, then I won't do it." The two sat down again. Li Yun helped Jiang Junling get a new cup of tea, and said, "It seems that this time our efforts are in vain, and we're working for someone else. It's all my fault. I was too slow. If I was a bit faster, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily." Jiang Junling shook his head and said, "Aunt, it's not your fault. We've just started, and they've already performed this move in front of us. The arm that was cut off was probably already prepared, right?" That Du Qing is really a talent. What a pity. Li Yun knew that Jiang Junling valued Du Qing very much, and previously had the intention of roping him in for his own use. But because Du Qing and Fang Yan had a close relationship, he wasn't sure if he could succeed, so he threw Du Qing's nephew out to test. He didn't expect Fang Yan to be so vicious, directly crippling the arm of Du Qing's nephew, Du Chun. In this way, the possibility of reconciliation between Du Qing and Jiang Junling was almost zero, and Du Qing had placed this deep hatred on Jiang Junling. Since he couldn't be of use to him, then he would use a thunderous method to destroy him. Thus, Jiang Junling handed this matter over to Li Yun to handle. They first used all kinds of negative conflicts to push Qing Hung out from the dark, and then made Qing Hung a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. When the public opinion and countless netizens focused their attention on Qing Hung and Green Cloud Group, when Qing Hung's old cases and all the shady dealings were dug out by the reporters, they didn't even need to say a word. Naturally, there would be people who would get rid of them, just like cleaning up a pile of garbage. They would be swept into the cesspool and trash can with lightning speed. At that time, even if Du Qing still stood on Fang Yan's side, so what? It was just an old dog without any value. This plan couldn't be said to be bad, but it also couldn't be said to be not vicious. Most of the time, they didn't even need to make a move, they just needed to add fuel to the fire. However, just as this wave started, there was already an even more exciting show on the other side. Now, Lu Shisan, an important figure in Qing Hung, turned himself in at the police station and took all the responsibility. What about Du Qing? Du Qing had successfully cleared his name, and was about to take big strides forward with a clean Green Cloud Group. Not only Jiang Junling, but even Li Yun was stunned by the opponent's quick attack. She felt like a clown who worked hard to perform but couldn't get the applause of the audience. Yeah, Li Yun said. Du Qing probably wanted to get rid of the heavy burden behind him a long time ago, right? Our actions gave him the best opportunity. If he didn't give his underlings a reason to betray him, how could he legitimately kick those idiots out of Green Cloud Group? Thinking about it makes me angry, but at the same time, I feel like I didn't lose unjustly. This kind of opponent deserves respect. Jiang Junling said, but this doesn't mean he can be safe. Li Yun looked at Jiang Junling with a puzzled expression and asked, military order, do you still have other chess pieces that haven't been settled? Let's wait and see. Jiang Junling said with a gentle expression. He held the teacup and took a sip, then said, we've just reached the middle game, it's still a long time before the decisive battle. I want to see how much power they can explode. I believe that the final victory will be military order. Li Yun said with a smile. When Fang Yan returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Fang Yan saw that the light in Lu Chaoga's room was still on, so he knew that she was probably still awake. But it was really not the right time to knock on the door and chat. So, Fang Yan entered his room, pulled down the curtains, took off his clothes, filled the bathtub with water, and once again soaked his whole body in the bathtub. After soaking for a few minutes, Fang Yan suddenly heard a muffled bang. The sound was very short, as if someone had heavily stomped on the ground. Splash, Fang Yan lifted his head out of the bathtub. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively, but no more sound came out. Fang Yan thought he heard wrong, so he once again dived his head into the bathtub. Bang! Another muffled sound. This time, Fang Yan didn't poke his head out, but still soaked his whole body in the bathtub. He listened quietly, trying to find the source of the sound. But, just like before, the sound disappeared. Fang Yan began to wonder if he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he hear 2 muffled sounds in a row? The more he buried his body in the bathtub, the clearer Fang Yan could perceive the outside world. The other noises had disappeared, as if the whole world had become a stream. His thoughts soared in the midst of these streams, like a free and happy fish. Hua! Fang Yan suddenly jumped out of the bathtub. He heard a woman's moan. The sound was very weak, but it was very clear in his ears. He ran outside barefooted, but he retreated halfway. It wasn't because he remembered that he forgot to wear shoes, but because he was still naked. Putting on a robe, Fang Yan opened the door and ran to Lu Chaoga's room next door. Fang Yan wasn't sure what the moan was about, so he stood in front of Lu Chaoga's room, knocked on the door, and asked in a low voice, "Chaoga, are you asleep?" "No," Lu Chaoga said. Fang Yan was about to ask her if she was okay, but he didn't expect Lu Chaoga to say, "I'm going to sleep, you should go to sleep too." From his voice, one could tell that Lu Chaoga was a little agitated and panicked. This made Fang Yan even more worried, so he couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, really fine," Lu Chaoga yelled. "Fang Yan, go to sleep. Don't worry about me." Fang Yan was really worried this time. If she was fine, then she was fine. Why did she have to say that she was really fine? If she was really fine, why would she be so nervous? Also, she said, "Go to sleep, don't worry about me." Why didn't he worry about her? It meant that something had happened to her, but she didn't want Fang Yan to get involved. So, Fang Yan called out to Lu Chaoga softly, "I'm glad you're fine. I just came back, I'm going to sleep now." "Go to sleep." "It's late," Lu Chaoga said. "See you tomorrow." Fang Yan quickly went back to his room, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and went to his bedroom balcony. Because Fang Yan's and Lu Chaoga's rooms were next to each other, their balconies were very close. Sometimes, on a quiet night, Fang Yan would be on his balcony, and Lu Chaoga would be on hers. They would talk for a while and watch the stars. Fang Yan threw off the cotton slippers on his feet and climbed to the balcony barefoot. He dug the concave lines on the wall and climbed little by little toward Lu Chaoga's room. Fang Yan's actions naturally attracted the attention of the bodyguards in the yard. Qi Ning looked at Fang Yan in shock. It was hard to imagine that he would do such a despicable and shameless thing. Qi Ning was in a difficult position, and the other bodyguards were also in a difficult position. If the person who climbed the wall was someone else, they would have shot him in the butt. However, that person was Fang Yan. Moreover, they weren't sure if this was Fang Yan's personal behavior, or if he accepted Lu Chaoga's invitation, or if the two wanted to play a role-playing game. Fang Yan was playing Spider-Man at this time. The bodyguards looked at each other and didn't know how to deal with it. After Fang Yan quietly stood on the balcony on Lu Chaoga's side, he turned to Qi Ning and the others downstairs and made a shushing gesture, indicating that they shouldn't alert the enemy. Qi Ning understood and made a gesture. He and his brothers immediately rushed into the villa. From Fang Yan's expression, they understood that Lu Chaoga might be in danger, but when did those thieves sneak in? Could it be that there were still loopholes in their defense downstairs? This was simply impossible. Fang Yan stood on the balcony and reached out to push the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Chaoga's awareness of security was very good, and the floor-to-ceiling window was locked from the inside. Of course, such a small problem wouldn't be difficult for Fang Yan. He broke a small branch from the flower pot above the railing and picked at the lock. Pa! There was a crisp sound, and the window lock had been opened by Fang Yan. At the same time the door lock was opened, Fang Yan had rushed into Lu Chaoga's room at lightning speed. "Don't move," Fang Yan shouted sternly. Lu Chaoga didn't move, but Fang Yan didn't move either. He looked at the scene in front of him and stood there dumbfounded. Things didn't seem to be what he imagined. Chapter 5:19. Lu Chaoga really didn't move. Because she couldn't move at all. Lu Chaoga usually paid great attention to her health and had a good habit of sleeping early and waking up early. But for some reason, Lu Chaoga felt uneasy tonight. She had a feeling that something big was going to happen. Especially when Fang Yan didn't come back until midnight and didn't call to inform her. This made Lu Chaoga especially worried. She knew how dangerous Huaqing was at the moment. She also knew that Jiang Junling was guarding Huaqing and wouldn't leave for a while. She wanted to call and ask, but she felt that it might disturb Fang Yan's work. So, after dinner, she lay on the sofa in the bedroom and read. She was halfway through a novel when she realized that it was already midnight. She closed the novel and put in a pool of water to soak for a while to relieve her fatigue. Perhaps after soaking in the bath, his irritation would disappear. Because Lu Chaoga's right hand had been pierced by someone and was now in the recovery stage. In Fang Yan's words, the right hand must never touch water. So, soaking in the bath was not an easy thing for Lu Chaoga. She needed to wrap the injured hand in a plastic bag and then lay in the bathtub and put the arm on the edge of the bathtub. Halfway through the bath, she heard the sound of a car engine coming from the courtyard. She knew that Fang Yan was back and her mood improved a lot. She heard Fang Yan go upstairs and Fang Yan pass by her bedroom door. She knew that Fang Yan wouldn't knock on the door and come in, so she didn't have any expectations. When she got up from the bathtub and was about to wipe her body and go to bed, her feet slipped and she fell to the ground. Pain. Her knee hurt, her arm hurt, and her whole body hurt. If it weren't for her perseverance, she would have been tearing up. Lu Chaoga lay on the ground for a while until the pain in her body subsided and she regained the strength to move her hands and feet. Only then did she prepare to get up from the cold ground. She couldn't exert force with one hand, and her other arm didn't have much strength because of the injury. Just as he propped his upper body up, his palm slipped and his body fell to the ground again. This time, he only landed on his chest. But it was even more painful. The pain was excruciating. Although there were 2 lumps of soft flesh in front of her chest to cushion the pain, soft flesh was still flesh, and soft flesh could still hurt. She felt that the 2 lumps of fat were no longer hers, and she had a strong urge to cut them off and give them to someone else. This time, Lu Xiaoga's tears really fell down. She had never thought that being hit in the chest would hurt so much. Even when that lady boy pierced his palm with a dagger, it wasn't as unbearable as this, right? After shedding a few tears, Lu Chaoga began to think about her next move. She couldn't keep lying on the ground. Not only would it aggravate her injury, but the floor was cold, and it was very likely to make her sick. She felt pain all over her body. One of her hands couldn't be used, and the other couldn't be used either. Even her chest couldn't be used anymore. Otherwise, her body could be propped up. What should she do now? Call for help? The nanny lived on the first floor. If she called for help, she might alarm the whole courtyard, including Fang Yan who lived in the next room. However, in her current situation, she couldn't get up to make a phone call. If she could make a phone call, she didn't need help. Ask for Fang Yan's help. That was even worse. She just got out of the bathtub. Except for the shower cap on her head and the plastic bag tied to her hands, she could be said to be naked. In such a situation, how could she ask Fang Yan to come in and help? She was afraid that the more he helped, the worse it would be. When Lu Chaoga was in a dilemma, Fang Yan appeared at the door of her room as if he had sensed it. When Fang Yan asked her if she had slept, her whole body tightened, and her face was burning, as if she was standing naked in front of Fang Yan and being peeped at by him. She was worried that Fang Yan would suddenly barge in after knowing that she was in trouble, so she hurriedly said that she was fine and asked Fang Yan to hurry back to sleep and not care about her, but she didn't know that the more she acted like this, the more suspicious Fang Yan became. Since the last time Lu Chaoga was kidnapped by Qiang Long Tan, everyone raised her safety to the highest level. Especially Fang Yan, he would not allow Lu Chaoga to encounter even the slightest danger. After he misunderstood Lu Chaoga's words, he naturally tried to find out what was going on. It would be best if he could attack the gangsters by surprise. They were indeed caught off guard. However, it was Lu Chaoga and Fang Yan themselves who were caught off guard. Lu Chaoga's mouth was wide open and her head was slightly raised. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. And Fang Yan was even more shocked. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Where were the gangsters? Where the hell were the gangsters? Where did they hide? Fang Yan wanted to crawl under the bed and check to see if the gangsters were hiding. Therefore, the second Fang Yan came in, Lu Chaoga and Fang Yan maintained such an extremely strange posture. Lu Xiaoga's naked body was lying on the floor. Her smooth and jade-like body was covered with water droplets. Her plump buttocks, those curvy curves, Fang Yan could only keep swallowing his saliva. One mouthful after another, he didn't know why he suddenly felt so thirsty. The first person to react was Lu Chaoge. Lu Chaoge simply put her face on the floor and didn't dare to look at Fang Yan's eyes. She hurriedly said, "I'm fine, you go out." Fang Yan nodded and said, "You're really fine, then I'll go out first." After that, Fang Yan turned around and walked toward the balcony. He had just jumped over here, so he had to jump back out of habit. Seeing that Fang Yan really turned around and left, Lu Chaoge's mouth opened and she didn't know what to say. Is he really going to leave like this? If he just leaves like this, will I have to lie on the floor for the whole night? Fang Yan finally thought of this problem. When he thought of this problem, Fang Yan had already jumped to the balcony of Lu Chaoge's bedroom and was about to jump over to his side. Because he thought of this problem, Fang Yan jumped down from the balcony again. He rushed back to Lu Chaoge's room like a gust of wind. Without saying goodbye to Lu Chaoge, he bent down and reached out to pick up Lu Chaoge from the floor. He threw Lu Chaoge's body on the big bed and pulled a quilt to cover her body. Only then did he feel a little relieved. He still liked Lu Chaoge with clothes on. Fang Yan finally had the courage to look at Lu Chaoge and said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Chaoge wanted to bury her head in the quilt. The scene just now was too embarrassing. Although she was lying on the floor at that time, it could be imagined that when Fang Yan picked her up from the floor, he must have seen her back. In all honesty, Fang Yan really didn't peek. It wasn't peek, it was openly looking. After all, if you don't use your eyes to find the target, how can you pick someone up from the floor? You're fine after falling like this. You didn't even call me. If I didn't barge in, were you going to lie on the floor for the whole night? Fang Yan said with blame. Lu Chaoge was speechless. In such a situation, how could I call you over to help? Besides, I didn't call you, but didn't you barge in yourself? Fang Yan understood Lu Chaoge's mentality and said, "Are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "Yes," Lu Chaoge said. Her knee hurt, and it seemed to be bleeding. Her chest hurt even more, as if someone cut a piece of flesh. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Calf," Lu Chaoge said. Fang Yan walked over to lift the quilt. Lu Chaoge panicked and said, "What are you going to do?" "Look at your leg," Fang Yan said. "I accidentally glanced at your knee just now and noticed that the skin on your knee is broken. I'll help you apply some ointment." "Give me the ointment, I'll apply it myself," Lu Chaoge said. "You don't have to be polite with me," Fang Yan said domineeringly. "You can't move one hand, and you can't even open the bottle cap. How are you going to apply it?" As Fang Yan spoke, he had already lifted a small corner of the quilt. Lu Chaoge's calf was exposed in front of Fang Yan. The skin on her knee was broken, and blood was oozing out. In just a moment, the white velvet quilt was stained with some blood. When Fang Yan was about to go downstairs to find the golden chrysalis muscle-nourishing powder to wipe Lu Chaoge's wound, there was a goo 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 sound outside the door. This was a secret signal. It was a secret signal sent by Qi Ning. Fang Yan's sneaky climbing over the wall made Qi Ning and the others think that something had happened to Lu Chaoge. They waited at the door and couldn't rush in. They were worried that they would alarm the bandits or disturb Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge. "Qi Ning, it's safe inside," Fang Yan said aloud. Qi Ning shouted at the door, "Is Miss Lu okay?" "I'm fine." Fang Yan shouted, "You guys go downstairs." So, there was no movement at the door. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoge embarrassedly and said, "When I climbed over the wall, I was accidentally discovered by them." Lu Chaoge didn't know what to say. Fang Yan climbed over the wall in the middle of the night. In the eyes of the bodyguards below, perhaps everyone would have the same guess in their hearts, and most of the bodyguards below were sent by the Qin family. In other words, the matter between her and Fang Yan might have reached the ears of the Qin family. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chaoge actually felt a little happy in her heart. She should know about Qinitian, right? Chapter 520. When Fang Yan went downstairs, Qi Ning and the others had disappeared. It was as if they had never entered the house. These people were all professional bodyguards. They knew when to disappear and where to hide. Fang Yan took the unfinished golden chrysalis muscle nourishing powder in the living room, and then returned to Lu Chaoga's room again. Lu Chaoga was still lying on the bed without moving. When Fang Yan left, she also wanted to get up and put on a nightgown. She even wanted to find a piece of underwear to bind the tender flesh on her chest. However, because the 2 tumbles were too heavy, her body couldn't move after falling on the soft bed. Therefore, when Fang Yan went downstairs and went upstairs again, she could only cover her body tightly with the quilt. Fang Yan sat on the bed and lifted a corner of the quilt covering Lu Chaoga's calf. He said, "I will help you apply some medicine. Don't let it scar. If such a beautiful long leg has a scar, you can't wear a short skirt in summer," because Lu Chaoga often wore professional clothes. Short skirts were standard equipment. When she wore a short skirt with silver, white, black, coffee, or plaid stripes, the charm of a mature woman could be fully displayed. When Fang Yan met her for the first time, although he felt that this person's character was very arrogant, he knew that she must not be a bad person. How could God be willing to let a bad person look like this? Hearing Fang Yan praise her beautiful legs, Lu Chaoga's heart was sweet. Thinking that she was completely naked now, as long as he lifted the quilt a little bit, the most private part of a woman would be exposed to Fang Yan, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but clamp her thighs. Her face was red, and her eyes could drip water. She had to think about a problem. If Fang Yan really did that kind of thing, should I push him away angrily, or slap him first and then push him away angrily? If she did that, wouldn't he feel embarrassed? Would their relationship fall into an impasse in the future? Would Fang Yan's heart, which had just opened a gap, close again? But if he didn't do that, what if he did something even crazier? Do I really have to give it to him? While Lu Chaoga's imagination was running wild, Fang Yan had already dipped a cotton swab in disinfectant to reduce the inflammation on the broken skin. Hiss, Lu Chaoga was in so much pain that her body trembled, and she couldn't help but want to curl up. Women are very strange creatures. When their boyfriends are by their side, they can't even unscrew the cap of a mineral water bottle. But when they were alone in their own homes, they could roll up their sleeves and throw a bucket of water over the water dispenser. When they were on the ship, the chief god had used a knife to pierce through Lu Chaoga's palm. She didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she looked like she was facing death with equanimity. Now, Fang Yan just used disinfectant to disinfect her wound, and she felt unbearable pain. She wanted to open her mouth and scream, "Just bear with it." Fang Yan helped Lu Chaoga disinfect and comforted her softly. "I used to think that you were very good at taking care of people, but look at you now. You've taken care of yourself like this, you can't move one hand, and you can't move both legs. Don't get out of bed tomorrow. I'll make breakfast for you. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go to the supermarket to buy some groceries when I come back from work. You must remember, don't touch water. Don't let the wound get inflamed." "I'm fine," Lu Chaoga said. "It's just that the floor was slippery, so I accidentally fell." After disinfecting, Fang Yan picked out the ointment and gently applied it on Lu Chaoga's knee. He smiled and asked, "If I hadn't barged in when I realized that something was wrong, were you planning to lie on the ground like this for the whole night?" Lu Chaoga wished she could cover her head with a blanket or Fang Yan's head with it. She whispered, "I'll be able to get up by myself after lying down for a while. What if you can't get up?" Fang Yan was actually trying to find something to talk about. He was nervous. He was really nervous. This worried him more than the burden reduction plan that he had single-handedly manipulated Qingyun. This was even more exhausting than fighting with the 2 Japanese ninjas. In this world, not every man was like Lu Xiaohui who could sit still even when he was in love. He admitted that he was a man with very strong willpower, but Lu Chaoge was also a charming and alluring goddess. Which man didn't want to have a relationship beyond friendship with a goddess? Which man didn't want to put his mark on a beautiful woman? Fang Yan also had the same idea. And Fang Yan still had such an opportunity. In his mind, the erotic scene when he barged in replayed over and over again. Lu Chaoge's skin was whiter than ice and snow, and her body was sexier than the devil's. Every inch of her skin was a pleasant surprise, and every part of her body was flawless. He couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't bear to get rid of it. He knew that he could do a lot of things. He only needed to lift the blanket on Lu Chaoge a little bit, and then a little bit, and then he could lift it up to Lu Chaoge's neck. If he said that he wanted to help check other parts of Lu Chaoge's body to see if there were any injuries, she shouldn't object, right? After all, he did it out of sincerity. Lu Chaoge, who was lying on the bed, was a pile of dry firewood. Fang Yan, who was carefully helping Lu Chaoge apply the ointment, was a raging fire. Fang Yan only needed to move his body closer and make a slight reaction, and he could make that pile of dry firewood burn. Bring light and warmth to a woman. Wasn't this the mission of a flame? However, Fang Yan just couldn't open his mouth to let her know that he couldn't do it and let her shout, "It's so hot." Fang Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead with the sleeve of his robe and said with a smile, "Isn't the atmosphere in the room too intimate?" "I'm not intimate," Lu Chaoge said. She was also very hot. Not only was her body hot, but she also had to cover her hot body with a very warm mattress, no? Fang Yan was stunned and said, "Maybe the weather is getting hotter. Autumn in Huaqing is like this, it's the same as summer in the north." Lu Chaoge replied with a and didn't say anything else. Fang Yan didn't say anything else and just focused on helping Lu Chaoge apply the ointment. Every time he applied the cool ointment, Lu Chaoge's body would tremble slightly. Sometimes, Fang Yan's fingers accidentally touched Lu Chaoge's body, and Lu Chaoge's body would tremble even more intensely. When the passion was at its peak, just a glance could make one orgasm. Fang Yan applied the ointment on both of Lu Chaoge's knees that were scratched, and then carefully wrapped them with gauze. "It's done," Fang Yan said with a smile. After finishing the work at hand, there was actually a faint regret in his heart. In the future, he would never have the chance to look at Lu Chaoge's thighs so openly, nor would he be able to gently touch them with his fingers. He couldn't let someone fall every day, right? Although Fang Yan did have the ability to do so. However, with Lu Chaoge's physique, if she fell too many times, wouldn't she become disabled? Lu Chaoge replied with another This sound was like a moan coming from her throat. Fang Yan looked at the motionless Lu Chaoge lying there and asked softly, "Is there any other place?" Worried that Lu Chaoge would misunderstand, Fang Yan quickly explained, "What I mean is, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else?" "I'm fine," Lu Chaoge said. Fang Yan felt a bit regretful in his heart. How could she be fine? So, Fang Yan put the ointment, gauze, scissors, and other items on the bed into the medicine box. He carried the box and got up from the bed and said, "Then you have a good rest, I'm going back to sleep." "And," Lu Chaoge replied in a low voice. Fang Yan smiled and carried the medicine box to leave. He reached for the doorknob and was about to open the door to leave when Lu Chaoge suddenly called out, "Fang Yan." Fang Yan's body was shocked, and he asked softly, "Is there anything else?" "I want to drink water," Lu Chaoge said. Fang Yan retreated again, ran to pour a cup of warm water, and fed it to Lu Chaoge. When Lu Chaoge drank the water, the way she looked at Fang Yan was very strange. Fang Yan didn't understand and thought, did she see through my wretched thoughts? After returning to his room, Fang Yan was still thinking about the deep meaning in Lu Chaoge's eyes. An idea flashed through his mind, and he slapped himself hard in the face. She wants to drink water. Qi Nitian had a dream. In the dream, she accompanied Fang Yan to walk around Yanjing City in circles. They walked past the red walls and white tiles, the streets and alleys, the majestic Xuanwu Gate, and the dilapidated and heavy bell tower. They didn't speak, but occasionally looked at each other in the eyes, which made people feel sweet inside, as if they would fly into the sky like fairies if they stamped their feet. Outside a red wall, Fang Yan stopped. Because there was a red plum blossom sticking out of the wall, as if it was curiously looking at the world. Fang Yan jumped lightly and picked the plum blossom in his hand. He walked over step by step, and then under the shy and happy gaze of Qinitian, he inserted the plum blossom in her hair. Qinitian smiled happily, and her voice was like a silver bell that spread far and wide. She reached out to touch the plum blossom, but she grabbed a handful of sticky things. She opened her palm to look, and her hand was actually a large amount of bright red blood. Qinitian was frightened and wanted to throw the plum blossom away, but the plum blossom branch had disappeared, and only a large amount of sticky blood flowed down along her hair and cheeks. Qinitian suddenly woke up from her sleep, opened her eyes, and thought about the strange and terrifying story just now. Why did the plum blossom turn into a large amount of bright red blood? What was the meaning behind it? Qinitian was puzzled, so she simply lifted the quilt and walked to the window to look at the bright moonlight outside. Beep, the phone on the desk vibrated. Qinitian took the phone and glanced at it. She received a message. After reading the content of the message, she replied, "Don't do it again." She turned off the phone, and Qinitian stood in front of the window with her arms crossed. She thought, "Flower City, it's time to go back and take a look." Chapter 521. When Fang Yan got out of bed and went to the backyard to practice, Qining was already training his body. Both of them were martial artists, so they naturally had the intention to compete with each other. On a morning when the sun was just rising, Qining issued a challenge to Fang Yan, or perhaps it was a provocation. After promising Fang Yan that he would not hit his face or kick his crotch, the two of them finally got entangled with each other with excited expressions. Qining pounced towards Fang Yan, but was flung away again. Saying it like that was too simple and perfunctory. There was no excitement of fists hitting flesh. The actual situation was like this. Qining pounced towards Fang Yan with a ferocious tiger catching its prey. Fang Yan's body was like a willow in the wind, like duckweed in the water. When drunken crane rides the wind was displayed, Qining had no way of touching his body. Qining threw more than 10 punches and kicked more than 20 times. After being spun around a few times by Fang Yan, he finally lost his patience and roared, "If you have the ability, fight me with real bullets." Thus, Fang Yan used a drunken crane grabbing worms to grab Qining and throw him away. Qining flew far away and lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. From then on, Qining woke up every morning to train with Fang Yan. Learning from others despite being ashamed, it could be considered as an improvement. Morning. Fang Yan smiled and took the initiative to greet Qining. Morning. Qining said. He was doing push-ups with one hand and looked very relaxed. In the past, when Qining trained, when his training volume reached a certain level, he would start sweating profusely, and even his breathing would become rapid. Later on, Fang Yan taught him a breathing method. He used the breathing method taught by Fang Yan during training, and the effect was extremely obvious. Not only did it improve his physical fitness, but after training, his face did not turn red and his heart did not beat. It was as if he could run dozens of kilometers. When Qining greeted Fang Yan, the way he looked at Fang Yan was very strange. Fang Yan glanced at Qining and knew what he was thinking. He explained seriously, "What happened last night is not what you think. What are we imagining?" Qining asked. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Fang Yan pursed his lips and began to stand up. Qining jumped up from the lawn and walked to Fang Yan's side to practice his stance. Ever since he lost to Fang Yan, he felt that everything Fang Yan did was a treasure, a secret martial art manual that would never be leaked to outsiders. "Can you be more careful next time? Or, can you give us a heads up the next time you want to climb over the wall?" Qining lowered his voice and reminded her. He was worried that his words would be heard by Lu Chaoga and cause her to be disgusted. Do you know how dangerous this is? Fortunately, we found out in time and knew that the person who climbed the wall was you. If we mistook you for a rapist who sneaked in or a kidnapper, we would have shot you in the ass. Wouldn't the consequences be serious? Fang Yan thought about it and felt that what Qi Ning said was indeed very reasonable. Qi Ning and the others were Lu Chaoga's full-time bodyguards and were responsible for Lu Chaoga's safety. Last time when Qin Zhaoge was kidnapped, they had already been scolded by the main family. Even the scholar, who was specially sent by the Qin family to protect Lu Chaoge, was called back to Yanjing because of a major mistake. The movement of the grass around them could arouse their sensitive nerves. Climbing the wall to see Lu Chaoge in the early hours of the morning was easy to cause misunderstanding, and it would also increase the difficulty of their protection. If they really shot him in the ass, then he would really be wronged. So Fang Yan nodded and said, "Don't worry. In the future, such a thing will not happen again." After a pause, he said aloud, "If such a thing really happens, I will definitely tell you in advance. Thank you for your understanding." Qi Ning said, "You can play the nurse and the patient, the police and the thief, the student and the teacher, or the teacher and the student. Why do you have to be Spider-Man? Isn't the difficulty a little too high?" Fang Yan suddenly remembered that he hadn't sparred with Qi Ning for a long time. So, Fang Yan waved at Qi Ning and said, "Come, let me see if you have improved recently." Qi Ning was shocked and turned to run to the front yard. Fang Yan's figure flashed, and he was already in front of him. With a kick, he sent him flying. After Fang Yan finished his morning exercise every morning, he began to busy himself in the kitchen. He made porridge and fried eggs, baked a few pieces of bread, and cut a few fruits to make a salad. As he was about to put the food on a tray and send it to Lu Chaoge's room upstairs, Lu Chaoge came down by herself. Lu Zhaoge was wearing a set of loose white sportswear. He held the railing as he walked down the stairs carefully. Fang Yan was shocked and quickly ran to support Lu Chaoge and said, "Didn't I tell you last night? I told you to stay in bed and not go downstairs. I've already made breakfast and was about to send it to you." Lu Chaoge enjoyed Fang Yan's thoughtfulness and said softly, "I tried it, and my calf doesn't hurt as much as last night. Besides, I can't stay in bed, I want to get up and walk around. I don't even want to do anything." "Then let's have breakfast together," Fang Yan said and supported Lu Chaoge to the dining room. He took the initiative to help her pull out the chair, let her sit down slowly, and then put a bowl of hot porridge in front of her. Looking at the busy Fang Yan, Lu Chaoge had a warm and happy smile on her face. She really enjoyed her current life. After so many years of ups and downs, she was like an iceberg in the sea, in danger of sinking to the bottom of the sea or breaking into pieces at any time. She really wanted to settle down. Unfortunately, she also knew very well that this was only temporary. After taking care of Lu Chaoge, Fang Yan sat opposite to eat porridge and asked aloud, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," Lu Chaoge said. She didn't sleep last night and woke up early this morning. She felt that every part of her body was very uncomfortable. It wasn't her knees, elbows, or chest, but she didn't know where it was. "I slept well," Fang Yan said. After the two had breakfast, Fang Yan cleaned up the dishes and went upstairs to change. Lu Chaoge was working in the living room. She didn't go to the company during this time, but some of the company's general matters were still decided by her. Fang Yan cleaned up and went downstairs. When he walked to Lu Chaoge, he slowed down and asked, "Do you still want water?" "What?" Lu Chaoge held a glass of lemonade in her hand and asked. Nothing." Fang Yan strode outside and said, "If you're thirsty, call me, I'll bring you water." When Fang Yan appeared at his work again, he found that the problem today was more serious than before. The table was full of flowers. Baldy and the other two colleagues looked at him as if he was a god, as if it was their first time meeting him. "These flowers," Baldy pointed at the flowers on the table and the bunch of flowers on the table that couldn't be placed on the ground and said, "They're all for you." Before Fang Yan came, Baldy and Zheng Yong had carefully identified the flowers. None of these flowers were for them, not a single one. Why are those children so lacking in manners? "Clean them up," Fang Yan said with a frown. He didn't like this situation. He didn't want to attract attention. He just wanted to be a quiet security guard. If he became the focus of the school again because of his outstanding performance, then he could only give up this job. What he needed wasn't these flowers and girls' pursuit. What he needed was to find a place where he could clear his mind and let his hostility dissipate so that he could study the heart of Tai Chi. The reason why he left Swallow Dock and Yenjing was because he knew that Rosefinch Secondary was such a place. And the last time he revived the heart of Tai Chi, it was also from this place. Talk to those students. It shouldn't have any effect. He had such an experience before. He talked to Qinitian countless times, but it ended up like this: talk to the school's leaders. If Fang Yan was willing, from the school's principal Zhong Dai to every teacher in the school, they would be willing to solve his problems. If they were willing to help, they could definitely stop the enthusiasm of those students. But Fang Yan didn't want to do that. He didn't want to make this matter too complicated, and he didn't want to make it too official. Students of this age had a strong sense of self-esteem and were very sensitive to everything. If it wasn't solved properly, it would cause them to go to extremes in the future. Clean them up. Baldy looked at Fang Yan and asked, how do you want to clean them up? Whatever, Fang Yan said. Throw them into the trash can or send them somewhere else. Baldy was overjoyed and asked, can I give them to someone else? You can, Fang Yan said. Fang Yan took out today's newspaper and flipped through it. Sure enough, there was a report on the Qing Hong incident. However, the content of the report was that the evil had already been eradicated, and the dark faction members had realized their mistakes and surrendered themselves. A storm that had just started was dealt with so quickly and decisively. Surely a lot of people wouldn't want to accept this, right? Wouldn't they? Fang Yan tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, since you started this game, let's make it even more exciting. Using Hua City as the chessboard, using the people as the chess pieces, gambling to the death. Fang Yan closed the newspaper in his hand and said, I'm going out for a walk. Where are you going? There's going to be a patrol. I'm going to talk to the principal, Fang Yan said. Chapter 522. Fang Yan didn't want to go to the principal's office to talk to him. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want others to know that he had a close relationship with the principal. With his current status and achievements, he really didn't need this kind of thing to make himself look good. He received a call from Zhong Dai on his way to work. Zhong Dai asked him to come to his office for a chat. He had just started work in the morning, and Zhong Dai looked very busy. After making a few calls, he put down the phone and explained to Fang Yan, it's been so many days since school started, and there are still people who want to send their children to our school. Some of them are rejected directly, and some of them can't be rejected directly, so I have to make a phone call to explain. In the past, everyone called me Zhong de Pao. I said whatever I wanted and scolded whoever I wanted. Now that I'm at Rosefinch, I have to tuck my tail between my legs and behave myself. Fang Yan smiled and said, a selfless heart is the greatest blessing in the world. Principal Zhong has a selfish heart now. Yes. I have a selfish heart now. Zhong Dai nodded and sat opposite Fang Yan. He held the tea that his assistant had brought and said, in the past, when I was in Ivy League, I had to compete with Rosefinch, Brown, and even with No. 1 High School, No. 2 High School, Huaqing High School, Huaxia Normal University High School, and other public schools. It's different now. Rosefinch is already the top private high school, and we don't have to compete with other private high schools anymore. Even compared to those public schools, our enrollment rate and the overall quality of our students are among the best. The more this is the case, the more careful I have to be, and the more I have to tuck my tail between my legs. Zhong Dai took a sip of tea and said, I like the phrase, dare to be the first in the world, but I have to admit that, the bird that stands out, is more in line with our current situation. Our Rosefinch Secondary is the best private school in Huaqing, and we have the intention of expanding to the whole country. At this time, we have to be more careful. Principal Zhong, I'm sorry. Fang Yan smiled and said, who asked you to be so capable? I invited you here to suffer. Zhong Dei laughed heartily and said, Fang Yan, your words prove that you have never wholeheartedly devoted yourself to your career. If he was doing something he dreamed of doing, how could he feel that it was hard? When you were a teacher at Rosefinch Secondary, you single-handedly promoted the reform of Rosefinch and even the entire Huaqing language system. You put in so much time and energy. Did you think it was hard at that time? I won't. Zhong Dei waved his hand and resolutely said, I'm willing to do what I like, no matter how tiring it is. To be able to see the revival of education is the greatest hope of my life. So, not only do I not feel tired, I also want to thank you and old Zhang. If it weren't for your kind invitation, if it weren't for old Zhang's benevolent demeanor, Zhong Dei would not be able to enjoy such pleasure for a while. Those who served the country and the people were all great heroes. Zhang Xiaofeng had his own selfish motives, but he was still able to weigh the pros and cons in the face of major issues. Zhong Dei wholeheartedly wanted to revitalize the education in Huaqing. He wanted to train the students into talents with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, and physique, or practical talents. What he was most afraid of was teachers who only cared about credits and used rigid textbooks to teach a group of nerdy students. They could memorize obscure ancient texts, but couldn't distinguish wheat from onions. They could draw a map of the world, but didn't dare to take a trip around their own small city. They could remember the famous words of ancient and modern sages, but didn't know how to pour a cup of hot tea and a bowl of hot rice for their parents. To him, it was a national disaster. So, Zhong Dei had been working hard for this, and often wrote articles to discuss the reform of education. Unfortunately, these articles did not attract the attention of the relevant people. Even so, Fang Yan still admired this kind of man. Because when others were silent, he was willing to stand up and make a sound. Sometimes, speaking the truth was a kind of courage. How many people had such courage? No matter what, you still have to take care of your body. Fang Yan advised him seriously, I know that Rosefinch has more and more problems, and I also know that you have too much pressure on your shoulders. Do you still remember? The first time we met, it was not a happy time. But the first time we met, I felt that you were the leader that our Rosefinch Secondary needs. Later, I discussed this matter with Headmaster Zhang, and he also felt that you are very suitable. It is not easy to find a suitable leader. If you get sick from exhaustion, I don't have much confidence that you can maintain the results that you have achieved all these years. That's not right, you think too highly of me, Zhong Dei said with a smile, whether I am here or not, Rosefinch is still Rosefinch. All these years, Headmaster Zhang and I have been doing one thing, which is to make management procedures. As long as there is a scientific and perfect management system and a rigorous and responsible supervision system, Rosefinch Secondary will be able to make great strides forward, and it will not be led astray because of one or a few people's incompetence or wrong decisions. However, I still like your praise for me. That's the other way around. Fang Wei said with a smile, you are the headmaster, and I am just a security guard. You should be the one praising my work. How can a security guard praise a headmaster? Who said that a security guard can't praise a headmaster? Even a security guard is willing to praise a headmaster, which proves that I am a competent headmaster. Besides, didn't you say that there is no distinction between high and low professions? Why are there differences between a headmaster and a security guard now? Fang Yan looked at Zhong Dei and asked, Headmaster Zhong also knows about this? Yes. It has such a big impact, how could I not know? Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan and said, last night, when I was having dinner with the army chief, he told this matter as a joke at the dinner table. He said that his soldiers are unruly and rarely listen to people. I didn't expect that when it comes to our Rosefinch, they would be convinced by a small security guard. There are only a few people in the security office, and my first reaction was that it was you. I asked someone, and sure enough, it was you. Just a few jokes. I hope I didn't cause any trouble for the school, Fang Yan said with a smile. Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan with burning eyes and said, Fang Yan, you are talented. You are also caring, every word you said touched the bottom of my heart. I think that if anyone can understand me, you will understand best. We are comrades, comrades in arms, brothers with the same ideals and goals. Fang Yan, you really don't want to consider my suggestion. I know you can do a good job as a security guard, but you can do more things. If you are willing, I will give you the position of headmaster of Rosefinch Secondary. Here he goes again. This was not the first time they talked about this. Last time, Fang Yan had clearly refused. When Fang Yan received Zhong Dei's call, he had already guessed his purpose. Sure enough, his guess was getting more and more accurate. Zhong Dei once again put forward a suggestion to change his job. Fang Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhong Dei and said, I want to take revenge. What? Zhong Dei was stunned and asked, revenge? Yes. I want to take revenge, Fang Yan said with a smile. My father died so unjustly, I want to take revenge for him. Zhong Dei raised his eyebrows and said, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by the police? According to normal people's point of view, if someone in the family was injured or tragically injured, it should be reported to the police. What's the point of taking revenge? This matter needs to be handled by me, Fang Yan explained. You can take revenge while working. Zhong Dei said, you can also look for the murderer while working. Both won't delay. Zhong Dei thought that the revenge Fang Yan mentioned was to find a way to find evidence, so he made this suggestion. There is a beast hiding inside my body. If I don't let this beast out, I might hurt myself. But if I let this beast out in the school, it might hurt the students. So, I can't accept your invitation, Zhong Dei said with a face full of regret. You're a genius in education. What a pity. Fang Yan smiled and said, when my heart calms down again, I might go back to school to teach. I'll wait for you to come back, Zhong Dei nodded and said. Yesterday, I talked to Director Lu on the phone. I was going to submit a report to her, but she said that the matter of Rosefinch Secondary should be discussed with you. Really? Fang Yan was stunned and asked, what is it? Zhong Dei walked back to his desk and took a document and said, take a look first. Fang Yan took the document and glanced at it. On it were the words, Rosefinch Brand Expansion Plan. Fang Yan didn't open the folder and read it carefully. Instead, he looked at Zhong Dei and asked, you mean, to build a branch campus? That's right. Zhong Dei smiled and nodded. I think it's time to take this step. Why? Rosefinch's brand has matured. Now, not only the parents of students in Huaqing want to send their children to Rosefinch to study, but parents of students in other cities also want to send their children to Rosefinch to study. Our Rosefinch's brand influence has been built. Rosefinch's reputation is well known, and Rosefinch Secondary School can't accommodate so many people. Why don't we take this opportunity to take a step forward? Building a Rosefinch Secondary in every first-tier city in the country is something I've always wanted to do. Fang Yan could see the excitement in Zhong Dei's bones and the undisguised excitement in his eyes. When he looked at Fang Yan, he was a little worried that Fang Yan would reject his proposal. This was an aggressive man. He was willing to burn all his energy and wisdom for his career. I agree, Fang Yan said with an extremely solemn tone. Chapter 523. What? Li Yun almost jumped out of her seat. Why is there a traffic jam? Li Yun couldn't be bothered to flirt with her daughter anymore. She pressed down on the window and looked at the long line of cars in front of her. She said angrily, the traffic of a city represents the level of governance of the city. The traffic jam appeared out of nowhere. It proves that the leadership of the city is not good enough. Because she was too anxious, Li Yun could only vent her anger on the city manager. Li Yun looked at her watch. There were only 20 minutes left until the signing ceremony. They were going to report to the media about the signing ceremony of the three companies. She was the person in charge of Huaxia Investment Group. She could be said to be the main organizer and initiator. If she couldn't get to the venue in time, what would happen to the signing ceremony? Should he postpone the time or find someone else to stand up and replace him? If she delayed it, the auspicious hour would be missed. The old master of the Lan family still believed in these supernatural things. He had specially asked a master to look at it. Finding another person to stand up and sign on his behalf, although it was just a statement, the people outside would interpret it differently. Everyone knew that Jiang Zhuliu's Longtu group had the unconditional support of the Jiang family and the limited cooperation of the Lan family. If the Jiang family didn't appear in the signing ceremony jointly organized by the three families, how would others view Jiang Zhuliu? How would they view the Jiang family? Or rather, how would they interpret the relationship between the two families? Li Yun glanced at the assistant in the front passenger seat and said, "Jiang Shifeng, go out and see what's going on." "Yes, madam." The man in glasses got out of the car and walked forward quickly. Soon, Jiang Shifeng went back to the front passenger seat and said, "Madam, they said there was a car accident in front. A few cars had a series of collisions." "Oh my God." Li Yun touched her forehead. If it was a normal traffic accident, they might be able to pass after waiting for a few minutes. However, if it was a series of collisions, the situation would be very troublesome. If there were casualties, it was very likely that the traffic would be blocked for a few hours. "Jiang Shifeng, call the mayor of Huacheng." Li Yun said, "Ask them to solve this problem immediately." "Madam, I'm afraid we don't have enough time." Jiang Shifeng reminded. "Even if Mayor Zhang calls the traffic police to deal with it, we won't have enough time." "Are there any other routes?" Li Yun asked. "There's a subway line that can reach it," General Shifeng said. "Get out." Before Li Yun could finish her sentence, she was the first to open the door and jump out. Shangxin and Shifeng followed closely behind. They did not dare to let Li Yun squeeze into the subway alone. Looking at the dense crowd in front of her, Li Yun felt a little dizzy. She had never squeezed into a subway before. She thought that by buying a ticket, she could quickly wait for a train, and then the train would rumble forward with them. That wasn't the case at all right? All the ticket vending machines had long queues, and all the ticket booths were overcrowded. It would take at least a few minutes to get a ticket. However, in this world, things were easy with money. The young men who blocked Shifeng took out a few bills from their pockets and handed them over, saying, "Young man, we are in a hurry. Can we buy the tickets in your hands?" The young people had enough time but not too much money, so they immediately agreed to the deal that seemed very fair to them. General Shifeng brought Li Yun and Shangxin into the subway station. They didn't have to wait for long before a train arrived. When Shifeng finally escorted Li Yun and Shangxin onto the train, he realized that there were no seats on the train. Not only were there no seats, but it was also very crowded to stand. People squeezed against each other, hot sweat flowed freely, and the air was abnormally turbid. Li Yun and Shangxin tried their best to hold their breaths, but there was still a pungent smell entering their nostrils. As Li Yun and Shangxin's image was too outstanding, many people were sizing them up. Some people with ulterior motives also started to walk over, and the space they could move around became more and more crowded. "Scram!" Jiang Shangxin suddenly shouted. A long-haired man standing in front of Jiang Shangxin glared at her angrily and scolded, "Wretched woman, who are you asking to scram? Do you think that this subway belongs to you? Others can only get on if you allow them to. Others can't get on if you don't allow them to. You know what you have done. Do you believe that I will cripple your dirty hands if you dare to touch me again?" When had Jiang Shangxin ever suffered such grievances? Not only was she taken advantage of, but she was also insulted and disgusted. Her anger surged. "I groped you. I think you are the one who touched me, right? I can tell from the way you dress that you are a mistress of some man. I can tell that you are a green tea B***tch. I know women like you the best. You're debauched to the bone, but your heart is very empty. You pounce on handsome men when you see them. Don't lean on me if you are so capable. Tell me what you said one more time, will you? When did I look at you? I feel disgusted when I see you. Do you like to hear it? If you like it, you can repeat it 100 times. I can tell that you are. Bam! Jiang Shangxin need the crew cut. The crew cut howled and fell to the ground with his hands on his stomach. Wow! Seeing that Jiang Shangxin had kicked him without saying a word, the people around him immediately dispersed. The perverts who were dilly-dallying on Jiang Shangxin's body were gone. The suffocating and narrow space had increased by a few times. Even the air they breathed felt much fresher. Help, I am going to die. Call the police. I am going to die. The long-haired man rolled on the ground and shouted. Idiot! Jiang Shangxin scolded him with a look of disdain. Beating up a sex maniac wasn't a big deal to her. Jiang Shangxin guarded Shi Feng by Li Yun's side and avoided the perverts who dared to touch his big boss. However, he had to take good care of his boss's daughter. He stared coldly at the long-haired man who was lying on the ground and took out his phone to make a call. They were only 3 stops away from the Longtu building. They reached their destination very quickly. When they alighted, the long-haired man tried to stop them but was pushed to the ground by Shi Feng. When the long-haired man tried to get up again, 2 police officers ran over and caught him. Shi Feng looked at the 2 police officers and said, I don't have much time to explain. You can check the surveillance footage in the car and you will know the situation. This is my name card, you can contact me anytime. After he finished speaking, he quickly chased after Li Yun and Jiang Shangxin, who were already in front of him. The long-haired man was dumbfounded. He looked at the 2 police officers and smiled. Police officers, who did I offend? How would I know who you offended? The middle-aged police officer said angrily, I only know that Bureau Chief Wang from the municipal police station called Bureau Chief Lin and asked us to come over to handle a molestation case. Police officers, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't stand properly and touched the woman's breasts. I didn't do it on purpose. You know that such things can't be avoided in a car. Li Yun's phone rang again after they got out of the subway station. Li Yun took a look at the caller ID and answered the call immediately. She smiled and said, Jiang Ling, what's the matter? 4th aunt, have you arrived? I was stuck on the road just now. They said that there was a series of collisions in front. I had no choice but to leave the car and take the subway here. I will reach Longtu building in a few minutes. Li Yun explained, have you received the military order? I was stuck on the road. Jiang Junling said, you can start first, don't wait for me. Okay, I will sign with them first. Li Yun smiled and said, Jiang Ling, you don't have to rush. It won't delay anything. Thank you, 4th aunt, Jiang Junling said. After hanging up the phone, Li Yun said to Jiang Shangxin, fortunately, we arrived in time. I wanted Jiang Junling to come forward and sign on our behalf. I didn't expect him to be stuck on the road too. Someone from the Jiang family has to step forward for this signing ceremony. So annoying. Jiang Shangxin said unhappily, those people are so uncultured. All right. Li Yun comforted her and said, the world is so big and full of strange things. There are good people and bad people, this is a matter of course. You usually have a luxurious car and a clean foot. You have been away from society for too long. To many people, what you encountered today is not a problem at all. They crossed the pedestrian bridge and walked towards the majestic Longtu building. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw a group of workers in Longtu uniforms gathering in their direction. The security guards of Longtu building were running out and getting ready to chase these people out. However, these workers were very cunning. They chased after them and came back again when they stopped. Both parties were playing hide and seek. The reporters who were waiting for the signing ceremony to begin in the hall got the news and came out to film this scene. Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. She finally realized that perhaps all natural disasters were man-made disasters. From the inexplicable series of collisions to the workers gathering to create trouble, it was all secretly planned by someone. Someone didn't want the three parties to cooperate and wanted to smear layers of dog sh*t on their faces. Chapter 524. Sir, may I know why all of you are gathered here? The reporter randomly pulled an old man for an interview and pointed the camera at his wrinkled face. We want an explanation. The old man said with a lisp, we are all workers from the Jiahua Electronics Factory. Jiahua Electronics Factory? The reporter was obviously stunned. He smiled and said, Sir, this is the Longtu building. Did you get the wrong place? We didn't get the wrong place. We are looking for Longtu Corporation. They were the ones who bought over the Jiahua Electronics Factory and used a fake contract to buy out all of us old workers. Not only did they kick us out of the factory, they also cut off our medical insurance. We are old now and can't work anymore. Furthermore, we are sick. When we went to the Jiahua Electronics Factory, the director said that he had nothing to do with this matter and that Longtu Corporation was responsible for taking care of us. Only then did we realize that Longtu Corporation had tricked us. How are we going to survive, sir? Did you bring the buyout contract from before? We brought it all. The old man took out a yellowed paper bag from his pocket. The reporter reached out to take it, but the old man quickly held it in his arms and said, Don't tell me you are in cahoots with them. I heard that there are many bad people among the reporters. Sir, we are not bad people. If what you said is true, we will find a way to seek justice for you. Sir, we will not accept your contract. You can spread it out and let our cameraman take a shot of the contract. In this way, Li Yun's face was pale and her eyes were filled with anger as she walked toward the Longtu building. After Shangxin took a look at the contract from another worker, she quickly caught up with her mother, Li Yun, and said, the Jiang family's acquisition of the Jiahua Electronics Factory back then was indeed dishonest. However, one party was willing to take the hit, and the other party was willing to take the hit. Since they had signed the contract, they should have followed the contract. However, someone exposed them at this crucial point. It was obvious that they were trying to embarrass us. Fang Yan. Li Yun gritted her teeth and shouted this name. In Huacheng, only Fang Yan dared to go against them. Only he had the ability to trample on the faces of the Jiang clan and the Lan clan so ruthlessly under his feet. With Du Qing's help, Fang Yan was like a tiger that had grown wings. It could really be him. Jiang Shangxin chuckled and said, this guy never seems to be willing to lose out. After Jiang Junling plotted against them, he immediately gave us a show of strength. His power in Flower City is truly shocking. A single command is enough to make it difficult for us to move an inch. Hearing her daughter's words, Li Yun's heart sank even faster. He didn't go directly to the conference room where the signing ceremony would be held. Instead, he took the elevator to Jiang Zhuliu's office. Jiang Zhuliu came out and said with a serious expression, Mom, did you see everything? Yes, Li Yun said expressionlessly. Zhuliu, what do you plan to do? I've already asked the group's legal department to negotiate with them. Jiang Zhuliu invited the three of them to his office to rest. After the secretary served tea and left, Jiang Zhuliu said, but for them to jump out at this time, they're definitely not here with good intentions. I'm afraid that they will demand an exorbitant price. We were stuck in traffic on the way here. Li Yun said. They said that there was a series of car collisions ahead, and because they were afraid of delays, they had to take the subway to rush over. The military order is still stuck on the road and won't be here for a while. They asked us to start first and not wait for him. Jiang Zhuliu's expression darkened, and he said fiercely, the Lan clan called just now. They said that they were also stuck on the road. I'm afraid that they won't be here for a while. Fang Yan has started to retaliate. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Damn Du Qing. Yes. Li Yun said, Fang Yan has started to retaliate. Only he has such capabilities and guts. Jiang Zhulu sneered and said, it's hard for him to stop the three of us from joining forces, so he can only use such underhanded methods to obstruct us and create some difficulties for us, to embarrass himself. Is this just some underhanded methods? Jiang Shangxin said with a cold expression, we were stuck in the middle of the traffic, and we had no choice but to abandon the car and take the subway. We were molested on the subway, and even called the police for help. Just as we walked to the entrance of Longtu building, we saw the workers protesting against Longtu's previous overbearing contract, and the reporters were fighting to report on it. If this matter isn't handled well, Longtu Group's reputation will be tarnished. If we want to settle this matter properly, we have to satisfy those workers' exorbitant demands. If we satisfy them, what about the other workers? Today, dozens of workers gathered at the entrance of Longtu building to protest. If your legal department agrees to their harsh conditions today, there will be thousands of people gathering at the entrance of Longtu building to protest tomorrow. Is this trouble just a small trouble to you? To encounter so many troublesome matters so early in the morning, I'm afraid that this collaboration, Shangxin. Li Yun shouted sternly and interrupted what Jiang Shangxin was about to say. She said, since it has already happened, think about how to settle it. What's the use of blaming each other? Jiang Shangxin knew that her mother didn't want to see a dispute between her and Jiang Zhulu, so she turned her face away unhappily. Jiang Zhulu walked quickly to Jiang Shangxin and asked with a concerned look, molested on the subway. What exactly happened? Where is the person who molested you? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Li Yun took a look at Jiang Zhulu and said, all right, Zhulu, the matter has already passed. We have already called the police, and the police will punish him. What we need to do now is to settle the matter that happened right under our noses. Jiang Zhulu looked at Jiang Shangxin with a pitiful gaze, then turned around and said to Li Yun, I will call the Lan family again. No matter what, the signing ceremony must be held as per normal. Li Yun raised her wrist and looked at her watch. She said, the previously confirmed time has already passed. Let's see when they will be able to rush over. Let's choose another time. Jiang Zhulu immediately called the Lan family's representative. Lan Ling informed him that they would need another half an hour to rush over, and he apologized repeatedly over the phone. Jiang Zhulu comforted Lan Ling, hung up the phone, and said to Li Yun, let's sign at 11:30. We are fine with it. Li Yun frowned and said, get the assistant to give each of the reporters a red packet. Make it bigger and say more nice things. Also, get someone to call the media leaders who came today and ask them not to report negative news about Longtu Group, report more positive news. I understand. Jiang Zhulu nodded and said, Fang Yan knew about the Longtu Group's misfortune, and he knew that this was Du Qing's doing. As a veteran local tyrant in Huacheng, it was very easy for him to make Jiang Junling and the rest suffer. It was too easy to cause a traffic jam. Once they knew the exact time of the signing ceremony, they could get their underlings to find out the route that the important figures of the Lan family would be driving on, and then create some trouble at key locations. These little tricks couldn't hurt anyone, but they were enough to disgust people. Furthermore, it made it hard for people to vent their anger. Everyone would feel very uncomfortable if such an incident happened on such a joyous day. The real killer move was still the trouble caused by the employees of Jiahua Electronics Factory. No matter how Jiang Zhulu and the rest solved this problem, they would only be losers. If they compensated those troublemakers, what kind of compensation would be given to the other factories that were acquired and the existing workers? One had to know that Longtu had set up quite a number of contract traps for its expansion in the past few years. Those workers couldn't see it themselves, but Fang Yan and Du Qing didn't mind stepping up to be angels who took pleasure in helping others. If they refused to compensate those troublemakers, the overwhelming news from the media would make them infamous. The sharpest tool to kill wasn't the knife, but the brain. Of course, most people couldn't use the second tool well. When Fang Yan drove back, he kept feeling that a car was following him. He turned east, and the car followed him. He turned west, and the car followed him. Fang Yan drove towards the Pearl River area. After parking the car by the Pearl River, he went straight to a tea house by the river. Shui Wu Sha Tea House. Fang Yan chose a table near the window and ordered a pot of Dongting Biluakun tea. Not long after, a beautiful woman walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Fang Yan. The woman looked around and said with infinite grievance, "Aren't you supposed to treat me to a meal? I'm hungry, I can't drink tea. I promised someone that I would go back for a meal." Fang Yan said, "So I can only treat you to tea." "Lu Chaoga." The woman chuckled. "I heard that you're living a comfortable life in Huacheng. You're even playing the game of keeping a mistress." Fang Yan held the teacup and drank the tea, saying, "My life is all right. If you think I'm a mistress, I'm indeed being kept in a mistress house." The woman giggled, her delicate red lips exuding a fatal charm. She played with her slightly curly hair with one finger, looked at Fang Yan sitting opposite her and said, "You really don't know your place. What kind of mistress are you? Lu Chaoga is the real mistress. You and Lu Chaoga flirting in Huacheng, aren't you afraid that the Yi girl will be jealous?" Fang Yan thought about it, then said, "She won't be jealous." "Liar." The woman sneered. "In this world, there are only women who don't love you. Which woman won't be jealous?" Chapter 525. The girl's words weren't unreasonable. In this world, there were only women who didn't love you. How could there be a woman who wouldn't be jealous? If a woman loved you wholeheartedly, then she would want your body to be hers, your heart to be hers, your house to be hers, your car to be hers, the diamond ring to be yours, and your bank card to be hers. Based on Fang Yan's understanding of Yi Rou, although she always looked like a calm and indifferent fairy, she was actually a little petty deep down. Not only was she brutal and violent, she also liked to hold grudges. Most importantly, she would definitely take revenge. If she knew that he was living with Lu Chaoga, she would definitely be secretly angry. When the anger accumulated to a certain extent, it would turn into a powerful bomb and explode. Fang Huohuo would be beaten to death by her again. Moreover, Fang Yan knew that she definitely knew that he was living with Lu Chaoga. Who asked him to have too many spies around him? Sometimes, Fang Yan would also reflect, Yi Rou had so many flaws, why did he agree to be her boyfriend? Even if she once hugged his thigh and begged him to be her boyfriend, he shouldn't have been soft-hearted and agreed. One's life was important, and he couldn't be careless. It wasn't like he didn't understand this principle, too soft-hearted. This was Fang Yan's evaluation of himself. Fang Yan looked at the girl sitting opposite him gloomily and said, "Why did you come to Huacheng again?" "I came to see you." The girl said. "I was afraid that you weren't doing well, so I came to see, but after following you secretly for 2 days, I realized that you were doing better than I imagined. Since you see that I'm doing well, you should quickly go back." Fang Yan said, "Huacheng is in troubled times, don't get involved." "What? Is someone bullying you again?" The girl raised her eyebrows. Obviously, she didn't like to hear people bullying Fang Yan. "No." Fang Yan shook his head. "I'm bullying someone." "That's great." The woman almost jumped with joy. "Who is so lucky to be bullied by you?" "I like to bully people the most." "Fang Yan, let me help you bully people." Seeing Fang Yan smiling bitterly without saying anything, the girl said with a displeased expression, "So stingy." It was rare to find a fun game. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to play together? I'm bored to death. Fang Yan looked at the girl's beautiful face with a serious expression and said softly, "For you, everything is just a game?" The girl's face darkened. She held the teacup and lowered her head to drink. When she raised her head again, her playful and joyful expression returned. She said, "Fang Yan, are you still blaming me? Blame me for not choosing you back then? Are you blaming me for not accepting your pursuit?" Fang Yan was extremely angry and said, "Do you know that there is a saying, young and ignorant? Who didn't do a few stupid things when they were young? They thought that there were treasures in the ditch, that there was a dragon palace in the back mountain, that they jumped down from the top of a 3-story building with an umbrella, kicked their legs, and said that they knew qigong. When they saw a woman with big breasts, they thought it was his first love, Fang Yan. The girl was so angry that the teacup in her hand creaked. It was as if the teacup made of porcelain could not bear the weight and could break at any time. Fang Yan drank his tea calmly, not caring about the girl's angry attitude at all. The girl was angry for a while, put the teacup in her hand on the table, crossed her fingers, and looked at Fang Yan with a smile. She said, "Yururu's breasts are not as big as mine, right?" Puff, Fang Yan spat out the tea in his mouth and looked for a tissue to wipe his mouth in a panic. The girl looked at Fang Yan's embarrassment and giggled, as if she had gotten her revenge. Fang Yan wiped the water stains on the table and the corners of his mouth with a tissue. He stared at the girl angrily and said, "And Xiao Xiao, can you be serious? We are talking about our first love," and Xiao Xiao was the name of Phoenix. Fang Yan liked to call her by this name when he was angry. Of course, most people called her Phoenix Girl. You were the one who didn't get serious first. The girl raised her nose slightly and said disdainfully, "You were the one who said that when he saw a woman with big breasts, he thought it was his first love, but you still can't compare with Yururu." "Why can't I compare with her?" The girl asked back, "Isn't Yururu a woman? Is she as big as my breasts?" "Fang Yan, how did you fall in love with Yururu? Didn't you hate her the most in the past?" The girl looked at Fang Yan sitting across from her and said, "Do you still remember? Every time she beat you black and blue, she would tear off your arm and break your leg bones. Every time you fought with her, you would go to me to treat and bandage your wounds. You said you had never seen such a violent woman. You said she was the ugliest woman in the world. You also said that such a woman would never be able to get married. You said that even if you liked a pig, you wouldn't like Yururu. Why don't you like a pig?" Fang Yan's expression was a little embarrassed. He said with a red face, "That was in the past. After I got to know her more, I realized that Yururu was actually a good person. Although she was very violent, she was kind at heart. Although she always beats me black and blue, that's because I provoked her first. She tore off my arm and broke my leg bones, that was also to encourage me to make progress, hoping that I could achieve something in martial arts. You men," the girl's smile was very bitter. She said, "You are all born liars." Fang Yan looked at the girl and said, "I didn't lie to you. When I liked you, I really liked you, how could he not really like her?" He tried to find reasons to meet her, racked his brains to please her, and his heart was bleeding when he saw her dating other boys. He thought about her when he ate, thought about her when he slept. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to ask her if she had a good sleep last night. The last thing he did before going to bed was to ask her to sleep early and not to stay up late. At that time, he liked her without any distractions. At that time, she was the sky and the whole world. When you don't like me, you really don't like me anymore, right? The girl asked. Fang Yan was silent. After a while, he looked at the girl and said with a smile, "You and Bai Xiu, aren't you good?" Fang Yan, do you like Bai Xiu? The girl asked. No. Fang Yan said straightforwardly, who would like their rival in love? Pfft, the girl smiled charmingly. You're such a straightforward fellow. You wouldn't believe me even if I said I liked him, Fang Yan said with a smile. Bai Xiu is more handsome than you, more knowledgeable than you, and better at kung fu than you, that's why you don't like him, right? Yu Gentle is prettier than you, more elegant than you, and better at kung fu than you, that's why you said her breasts aren't as big as yours, right? Fang Yan and Xiao Xiao, the two glared at each other fiercely, neither willing to admit defeat. After a while, Fang Yan moved his gaze away first and said, "You still haven't answered me. Why did you come to Flower City at this time?" "I already answered you. I thought your life in Flower City was miserable, so I came to see you. I didn't expect you to hide a mistress and live a better life than I imagined." I'll tell you gentle when I get back. Do you think she'll believe you? Of course she won't believe me, the phoenix said with a proud expression, but she'll definitely bear a grudge against me. She's already known. It's not scary for a woman to be smart, but it's scary for a woman to play dumb. It's one thing for her to know, but if I say it in front of her, why are you doing this to me? Because I hate you. The two each had their own thoughts as they sipped their tea. Their gazes were leisurely cast on the surface of the Pearl River. The breeze on the river was cool, but both of them felt a bit gloomy. It was as if something wanted to break out of their bodies, but couldn't break through their skin and flesh. It was extremely uncomfortable. On the river, there were cruises full of tourists, as well as single-person ferries. They were the scenery for the customers, and the tea houses were also the scenery for them. At this time, Fang Yan's gaze met with a man's. It was a very strange pair of eyes. They were very gentle, but they contained a powerful force. Coming into contact with them was like being punched in the eye socket. His eyes were sore and swollen, and tears flowed down his face. Unleashing one's martial prowess was a madman. Fang Yan didn't like this feeling, so he looked for that pair of eyes again. He quickly found his target. It was a passenger on a canoe. The man wasn't tall, and he was slightly chubby. His hair was very short, so short that it was next to his scalp. He was wearing a set of brown sportswear, and he looked extremely inconspicuous at first glance. However, Fang Yan just happened to know that this person had the aura of a dragon and the aura of a tiger. He was extremely aggressive. Fang Yan shifted his gaze again, which surprised the man. His eyes were locked on Fang Yan, and he once again swept over with his dignity. To his surprise, the aura of a murderous aura was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it didn't cause any waves. The young man sitting in the tea house was still looking at him calmly with a faint smile on his face, as if he was laughing at his useless efforts. Just as he was about to test it again, his eyes suddenly felt as if they were being pricked by a sharp needle. He covered his eyes with both hands, and his body retreated repeatedly. The man knew that he had been sneak attacked by the young man. He had just used a visual attack on the other party, and the other party had also used a visual attack on him. Visual attack. That young man actually knew how to use a visual attack. The man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. After rubbing his eyes, he once again walked to the edge of the canoe, and used the body freezing technique to stop the boat from moving on the river. He directly shouted towards the tea house, "The lady in red on the second floor, would you accompany me on the boat to enjoy the scenery?" Phoenix had long since discovered the flirtatious glances between Fang Yan and the strange man on the canoe. Hearing him shout towards her, and the fact that she was the only lady on the second floor, and she just so happened to be wearing a red dress, she couldn't help but become angry. In a tender voice, she scolded, "Who are you talking to if I poke out your dog eyes?" You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.